February 14th, 2023 to order. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver electronic meetings, and as such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members participating virtually are reminded that in accordance with Section 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for that portion of the meeting. Members of the public can view the proceedings via the live stream and YouTube link, which will be tweeted out by @VanCityClerk. May I start by acknowledging that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working together with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of City of Vancouver team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. I used to say staff. I guess we're all team members now. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors. I feel like going like this, that way, and to the left. Is it my left? I would assume that way. And if these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. Do not use the please use the stairs, do not use the elevator. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim is on a leave of absence. Acting Mayor Carr in the chair. Councillor Kirby Young. Not here. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Not here. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner. Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Acting Mayor Carr.
Thank you. Before we begin, I have some announcements. Number 1, the public may participate by phone, speaking in person, or submitting written comments to council. Speakers, you have 5 minutes to make your comments and should limit your comments to the merits of the report being considered. Speakers should also state whether you are in support or opposed to the recommendations and if you are a resident of Vancouver. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on Twitter @VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so you don't miss your turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be submitted in writing through our online web form at vancouver.ca /public -hearing -comments. This link will also be tweeted. Those speaking on behalf of persons or groups of 3 or more will have 8 minutes to speak, and only if those represented are also on the line or in person and must not be speakers themselves. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders, and remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, please avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. A reminder that Council's role at a public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means Council is to only consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice from team members, but should save debate for after the close of the speakers list. After hearing from speakers, Council may 1, approve the application in principle, 2, refuse the application, or 3, refer the application to team members for further consideration. So we shall start with the first item on our agenda, which is zoning and development bylaw amendments to support the patio program for businesses on private property. First, does any member of council wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, Clerk, may we now read the application and summary of correspondence received?
is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to amend the zoning and development bylaw to make temporary regulations permanent for patios for businesses on private property. No correspondence has been received since referred to public hearing and up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. This phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Additional speakers will have an opportunity to speak by phone or in person at the end of the registered speakers list. We have Karen Wong, rezoning planner, rezoning center, planning, urban design and sustainability, here to present the application. Please, Karen Wong, proceed. Oh, and just go ahead. I'm fine with that.
Application. Oh, sorry. Thanks. I can start over. Good evening, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Karen Wong, Policy Planner for this application. We have a short presentation and can waive it if Council would like.
Okay. Seconder? Okay. All those in favor of moving the, okay. Any opposed, say nay. Okay. Thank you very much for being here to do that. And we are now going to, first of all, we do have an opportunity for questions, even though we didn't hear the presentation. You do, Council, have the opportunity to ask questions of staff. Questions? I am not seeing anyone on the queue. So thank you. We are now going to proceed to hearing from the public. Just before we go to that, I should repeat one more time. I think it won't be my last. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. That phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. And if there's any speakers in chambers, if you could come forward. It does say in person. So do I have Yero Yunus here? Great. Okay, go ahead. You can come forward.
Good evening, Acting Mayor and Councillors. My name is Jairo Yunis. I am a Senior Policy Analyst at the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, the largest small business association in Canada, representing the voices of 97,000 small businesses across the country, including almost 1,000 here in Vancouver. I am here today to speak in favor of the proposed zoning and development bylaw amendments to support the Patio program for businesses on private property. But first, I would like to emphasize the economic, social, and cultural benefits of this initiative. Lifting the regulations that prevent some businesses from adding patio spaces to their operations can have a significant positive impact on the local economy. As we've learned from the experiences of the pandemic, the installation of patios provides an additional revenue stream for small businesses, particularly those that were severely impacted by indoor dining restrictions for the last 2 years, and who are struggling to keep up with inflationary pressures, slower economic activity, higher taxes, ongoing labor shortages, and rising interest rates. By expanding their operations, these businesses can accommodate more customers, increase sales, and support the local economy. A recent economic impact study from the Toronto Association of Business Improvement Areas found that the City of Toronto's patio program delivered $203 million in economic benefits to the city in 2022, and the diners spent an estimated $179 million on patios from May through September. That's $203 million in economic benefits to the city. These numbers highlight the enormous impact that patios can have on the local economy. Not only do they provide small businesses with a much-needed source of revenue, but they also stimulate spending, create jobs, and support the overall financial health of the city. But this initiative is not just about economic growth. It's also about cultural rejuvenation. Patios, whether on public or private property, bring life to our streets and vitality to our communities. They create a vibrant and attractive atmosphere that enhances the social and cultural fabric of our city and contributes to the renewed swagger that a new mayor is trying to achieve. During the pandemic, the temporary expedited patio program provided a lifeline for many of these small businesses that were struggling to keep their doors open. However, as the patio program moves from a temporary solution to a permanent feature, it is important to recognize that the program was successful not only because of its flexibility, but also because of its affordability. By keeping permit costs down and application processes streamlined, the city has made it possible for small businesses to participate in the patio program and to make the necessary investments to increase patio spaces. Small businesses are already struggling with numerous challenges, and additional fees and regulations could put a significant burden on them. As you all may know, small businesses play a vital role in our communities. They provide employment opportunities, support other local businesses, engage in charitable donations, drive innovation, and shape the unique character of our city. That's why it's critical that we do everything in our power to support them and to make patio programs affordable and accessible. A 2020 survey of BC small businesses revealed that 76% of them support the development of patio programs, and that 80% of them would take advantage of them even after the pandemic. We know that approved applications for patio permits on private property doubled between the summer of 2020 and the summer of 2021, signaling a strong demand for added patio space. In conclusion, this timely and critical initiative has far-reaching benefits for our economy, communities, and culture. It has been demonstrated that patios can deliver substantial economic benefits to small businesses and the wider community, while at the same time creating a more vibrant culture and attractive atmosphere. The temporary patio program has proven to be successful and has received overwhelming support from small businesses. And as we move forward, it is important that we keep costs and regulations in check and recognize the vital role that small businesses play in our economy and community. I urge you to support this initiative and give small businesses some love on this Valentine's Day.
Nice addition.
Thank you.
You do have questions, if you could please stay at the stand there. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks for speaking to council. And the scope of this report is very focused, specifically compared to the broader TAP or the temporary patio program and the patios on public space. This really zeroes in on those businesses that, because of specific district zoning schedules, were required to only carry on their business within the specific confines of their building. This could be grocery store, a small corner store. It could be a retail store that just wants to have 2 chairs outside with coffee.
Yep.
Can you comment just how much of an impact you think that flexibility and regulations like that has in the city versus sort of these restrictive, you have to only carry on within your footprint?
Well, we acknowledge that there are some kind of hurdles or details that councils should consider moving forward, but we don't see any reason why we should prevent small businesses, whether are small coffee shops or small retailers or small restaurants, to increase their productive capacity, to increase their operative capacity, especially in times when we need to increase the overall supply of most goods and services to tackle inflation.
Okay, and I know that you're representing small business. Do you have any comments on sort of how the addition to public life beyond sort of supporting small business and the impact they play in the neighborhoods and the economy?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you have any comments with respects to the impact it has on public life, sort of beyond the impact to the businesses themselves?
Well, definitely. We see that as we see this initiative not only in terms of economic growth and added revenue, but more of a cultural rejuvenation issue. We see this as one of the ways to bring this renewed swagger that our new mayor wants to strive for. We understand that patios increases the vitality of our communities, increases the cultural attractiveness, and also it increases the overall competitiveness of the city and overall investment attractiveness. It creates jobs. It employs locals, workers. The small coffee shops, for example, are usually the first place of employment for young workers. So it's not only about the economy; it's also about the cultural rejuvenation that overall patios bring to the city.
Okay, thanks, Yarrow. Appreciate you speaking.
Thank you, Councillor.
That is it for your questions. Thanks so much for coming,
Thank you.
speaking, and answering those questions.
Thank you.
So I am going to call there are no other registered speakers, so I'm going to call for more speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 pound before the close of the speakers list. Phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any other speakers on the line? All right.
Not at this time.
Okay, I'm going to call a second time. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 pound, before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. Clerk, has anybody added themselves to the speakers list?
Still none.
Okay, this is my third and final time. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 pound, before the close of the speakers list. That phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. Normally we take a 5-minute break, and I think we'll keep with that practice to see if anybody calls in. So please be back in place in 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back. Clerk, I wonder if you could let me know if there's anybody else who has joined in to address council?
There's no further callers on the line and no one else in the chamber.
Great. As few or no other public comments were received of this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments, asking further questions of staff, and making a decision. Does staff have any closing comments?
No, we don't. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for staff? We'll advance you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Go ahead.
Yeah, seeing no one else in the queue, I'm happy to move the recommendations.
I don't see anyone else on the queue either. Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Any debate? Do we have everybody who online with their video enabled? Like, no, they're all enabled right now? Before I move to a vote? Okay, that's good. So I think we are at the point where we can take a vote on this. Oh, Clerk, I wonder if you could move us to a vote? Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, if you can hear me, you have, oh, there we go. Okay, we have Mayor Sim and Councillor Bly absent, and everything else is in favor, so that is a unanimous decision. Thank you, Council. Okay, and Council, we have another 3-minute break as we quickly exchange staff, although I see a very fast move was just done there, so maybe 1 minute is all we need. Looks like everybody's here. Maybe Steph, if you can just let me know if you are prepared as a team. Okay. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, we're good to go. We're good to go. Not to. We've decided we don't need 3 minutes. Staff, we're fast. Okay, we are moving on to item 2, which is zoning and development bylaw amendments to simplify green building regulations. First of all, does any member of council wish to declare conflict of interest on item 2? Seeing none, Clerk, can you please read the application and summary of correspondence received?
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to amend the C2, C2B, C2C, and C2C1 district schedules, the schedule rental policy, and the C2, C2B, C2C, and C2C1 guidelines for residential rental tenure buildings to remove green building requirements made redundant by changes to the Vancouver building bylaw approved in May 2022. No correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and up to 5 p.m. today.
Okay, thank you so much. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445# before the close of the list. A phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream, and additional speakers will have the opportunity to speak by phone or in person at the end of the registered speakers list. We have Salem Black, Senior Green Building Planner, Sustainability Group, Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, here to present the application.
And I'm a senior green building planner in the Sustainability Group, which is a part of the Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability Department. With me today is Patrick Enright, who is a green building engineer in our group. Patrick leads our work on reducing carbon emissions in new buildings and is available for questions about the building bylaw. I'm also joined today by Brad Bedelt, who's the Director of Sustainability. Brad's available for questions on the city's climate goals. And finally, Doug Smith, The Deputy General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability is available in case there are questions on how these proposed changes fit into the broader planning and development context. I'm happy to present today our recommendations to Council to remove certain green building regulations and requirements from the zoning and development bylaw and from the secured rental policy, as noted in the report that's before you. These requirements were originally created in 2019 and in 2021 to reflect the rezoning policy for green buildings that was in place at the time. Since then, Council has approved amendments to the Vancouver building bylaw that will effectively replace the planning requirements. I should note that the amendments did take place after significant engagement with the development industry, and the new code generally aligns with the province's energy step code and with the direction of other cities across our region. As the new building bylaw requirements come into effect on July 1st of this year, staff recommend removing the planning requirements. This removal would reduce the regulatory burden faced by applications by relying on the energy intensity and carbon emission limits in the building bylaw, rather than an additional set of standards in the secured rental policy and the district schedules. If approved, removal of these regulations will help to streamline the permit process and align with the previously approved building bylaw updates that will help to advance the city's climate goals. Thank you.
Oh, that's it?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I was just waiting yep. You do have questions. My apologies. Councillor Kirby Young, first over to you.
Hi, thanks for the update. You said that this aligns with the province, the streamlining aligns with the provinces and the step regulations. I guess my question is, how much more streamlining can we do? Can we expect more of these coming forward?
Sorry, could you repeat just the last bit?
My question is, how much more streamlining can we do? Is this part of the work, or is there more coming?
That's a great question. I've got Patrick Enright here. It looks like he's ready. Thank you.
So these, with this change, we've consolidated green building requirements into the building bylaw, but we could consider further, we could look at other policies potentially and consider further streamlining.
Okay, I want to stay within the lines of the public hearings. I don't want to get into policy. I just wanted to know if this was part of a suite of work and this is one report that will come to council, or if we're anticipating more. So I was just looking for that connection.
Part of a larger effort to consolidate requirements in one place in the building bylaw, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. Was there a difference in terms of the carbon limits set in the building bylaw compared with the policies, given that you're trying to consolidate, or were they the same? And
The carbon limits are the same, yes, that's correct.
Same.
Yes.
Okay, so this is just streamlining for simplicity, and is that the referral point will be the building bylaw? So
Exactly, yes, that's correct.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, and I believe that's it for your questions.
Thank you. And that was Patrick Enright, just in case.
Thank
Our
you.
wonderful code expert. Thank you very much, Council.
Yeah, it's good for us to know. Council will now hear from the public. So I'm just going to repeat again. If there's any speakers who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445#. Before the close of the speakers list, that phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber can come forward to speak to council. First, we have, the first speaker on the list is on phone, so I think rather than having anybody in chambers come forward, we should listen first to the speakers on the phone. Clerk, do we have speaker one, Catherine Kwan, on the phone?
We have no speakers on the line at this time.
No speakers on the line. Thank you. Speaker two, is Harv Sidhu here? Yeah, if you want to just come to the podium, please.
Hello. Okay, first off, I just wanted to say happy Valentine's Day. I was supposed to be on a date today, but I'm here talking to you guys. I'm actually happy to be here. Yeah, my name is Harv Sidhu. I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Build Smarter. This is my colleague, the CEO, Tariq Desai. We build homes out of recycled steel. So we generally kind of wanted to speak about the city's green building bylaws. Um, as a whole, we support the green building movement entirely. More specifically, the new demolition bylaws regarding recycling of waste. As you guys all know, 1/3 of all landfill waste comes from construction, and now having builders being encouraged to recycle that waste is a big step in the right direction. So we're trying to kind of open a dialogue and discussion and say, why don't we start encouraging builders and developers to start using recycled materials? Because right now, you can purchase recycled steel, recycled lumber, recycled dirt, recycled drywall, recycled tiles, recycled carpet. Every single thing can be recycled. And one of the most sustainable things is having a circular solution. So if we take that circular solution and apply it to construction, we feel like that can be the most sustainable and the most impactful way to kind of help our environment and help that whole green building kind of strategy. If you look at CO2 emissions, um, obviously, the operation of a home accounts for about a large chunk of it, about 10% of all CO2 emissions in construction, but the building materials are actually about 90%. So if we focus on using recycled building materials, hopefully steel, because we can be infinitely recycled, and we can procure it from net zero electric arc furnaces now, it'll be a big step in the right direction and will result in a society that has more trees, which is the best carbon capture technology that we have right now. That's my 2 cents.
You want to just stay at the podium because
Yeah,
you
definitely.
do have questions. Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
That's actually a holdover from before.
Oh,
Sorry.
was it? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask a question, which is I'm wondering if you are aware of a program that's happening right now through the Zero Emissions Innovation Center and Zero Building Exchange. It was just launched, and it is to encourage builders to actually participate in a study on using materials, recycled materials. In other words, to reduce embodied emissions. Were you aware of that?
I'm actually not aware of that,
Oh,
sorry.
well, maybe you could contact me later because there is an application process going on now and an incentive for builders who are involved in this to potentially receive some funding for tracking their actual emission reductions. So, yeah, just or you can contact, I guess, or look up through the website, Metro Van Zero Emissions Innovation Center. It just got launched, and I think there's a period of time where applications are being received.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, we'll definitely be in touch here after this. One thing that we kind of were proposing would potentially be a tax on using like virgin materials.
Mm.
And that way we
Unfortunately, we're not allowed to apply new taxes at the city level, but it's something that could get passed on, and certainly you could appeal to the provincial government around that.
yeah, no, we'll keep spreading the word here.
Great, thank you. You have other questions, so just want to stay there. Councillor Meisner.
Hey, Harv, thanks for coming in today or tonight. We're here on Valentine's Day too. So anyways, I'm curious with some of the houses that are you building houses or multifamily?
Yeah, so we started off building houses and we're still building houses, but we're now actually building a BC housing project in Langley, which is 8 stories. So we can really do a project of any size.
Okay. And on that project, for example, or some of the projects you've worked on in the past, what percentage of the materials are recycled and which are virgin material?
So for us as a company, we're really concerned with the frame of the project, of the house, right? So we're essentially trying to replace the use of wood with the use of recycled steel. So we do all of the walls, all the joists, and all the trusses. So the entire structure of the home will be 100% recycled steel. And that's kind of where our job kind of ends. And then the builder can hire any trade they want.
And where do you get the recycled steel from?
So there's multiple steel mills. They have like a eco line, which is like 100% recycled line. And then like the regular standard line is about 40 to 50% recycled. So because steel by weight is the most recycled material in the world. So it's readily available. So yeah, we can procure large quantities, which is pretty key for a solution that can be scaled, right? it has to be available in large quantities.
Hmm. And you're on the houses that you've done, do they have more, like you said, you just did the structure of this multifamily building, but on the houses, did you incorporate more recycled materials into those single-family homes?
No.
Just the structure?
No, because we're essentially the framing company, the engineering company, and like the steel supply company. So we're only involved in that one aspect of the home.
Hmm.
And we've tried getting builders to do like use other recycled materials, but hasn't really worked yet.
Yeah, what's the cost comparison to like traditional, I guess, wood?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we're about 20% cheaper than wood. The reason for that being is that everything is prefab. So when we procure raw steel and coils, we're able to efficiently use that material in the project. So we're on average about 20% less compared to wood and home.
Okay, thanks, Harv.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Okay, and that is it for your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
speaking and answering the questions. Clerk, do we have any other speakers on the line?
We may have a speaker on the line. We just need to check. If you can just give us one moment.
No problem. I have to do 3 calls. Okay. Okay. Council, it's indeterminate about speakers on the line. I'm going to do my 3 calls. So take a deep breath, have patience. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 pound before the close of the list. That phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. Any speakers on the line?
Yes, we have one speaker on the line.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Speaker? Hello, speaker? If you're on the line with noise in the background, you are now live in City Hall chambers.
Oh, yes, this is, I'm in the same group as Carol.
Okay. Oh, so are you speaking to City Council on the zoning and development bylaw amendments to simplify green building regulations?
Yes, it is, Carol is speaking for us, for me. And so she's just calling and then so that she can represent me.
Okay. Actually, somebody can't represent somebody else if you're on the speakers list, but it seems that you might not be on the speakers list for the right item. Can you repeat which item you were going to want to speak to?
We are on for the 45th to 47 Grandview Street, and I'm in the same group of the Churchill, 45th and 47 neighborhood, Churchill neighborhood.
Okay, we're not there yet. It's going to be, we have another item before that. So thank you for calling in advance, but we're just not there yet. So I suspect you should probably call back. It'll be, we have another set of speakers to another item. So if you can call back in, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
no problem. Okay, I'm going to call my second time for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 pound before the close of the list. And to remind everybody, if you're listening live, this is item 2 on our agenda tonight, zoning and development bylaw amendments to simplify green building regulations. Anyone on the line?
There are no more callers on the line.
Okay, this is my third and final call. If there are any speakers for this item wishing to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 pound for the close of this list. And that will be tweeted out and made available on live stream. And we are going to take a 5-minute break to see if anyone else calls in. So yeah, if you're listening, it's a 5-minute break right now.
There are no other speakers on the line.
Councillor Assist? We are in a vote.
Oh, sorry, I lost audio.
Do you need a vote assist?
Nope, no, I didn't hear you call the vote.
Yes, we did. Okay, I think we've got everybody now, and that with Mayor Sim, Councillor Kirby Young, Councillor Klassen, and Councillor Meisner absent, we have a unanimous vote amongst the rest of council. Thank you, staff. Thank you, speakers. We are moving on to item 3, CD1, text amendment for 319-359 West 49th Avenue. First, I want to ask if any member wishes to declare a conflict of interest on item 3. Seeing none, Clerk, can you please read the application and summary of correspondence received?
There's an application by Winston Chone, architect, to amend CD1, Comprehensive Development District bylaw for 319 to 359 West 49th Avenue to increase the floor space ratio from 2.3 to 2.5 for a 4-story mixed-use building and permit an increase in commercial units from 5 to 7 and strata title residential units from 51 to 64. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. No correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you so much, Clerk. May I, for the first time, say any speakers who wish to speak to this to council on this item, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445#. Before the close of the list, the phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Any additional speakers will have the opportunity to speak by phone or in person at the end of the registered speakers list. We have Helen Chan, rezoning planner, Rezoning Center Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, here to present the application. Go ahead. Helen?
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Helen Chan. I'm the rezoning planner for this text amendment application, which is being considered under the Kami Corridor Plan. The site shown in red is surrounded by RS1 and CD1 zone properties. It's on 49th Avenue near Langara College to the east. It is on the same block as the Canada Line station. So this rezoning application is being considered under the Canby Corridor Plan. The plan anticipates buildings with heights up to 4 stories on 49th Avenue. Density up to 2.5 FSR is permitted. The original CD1 application was enacted by Council last summer. The approved 4-story mixed-use building, which is shown at the top right, is below the maximum density permitted by the plan. The current proposal is to increase density to the maximum permitted 2.5 FSR. This would allow an increase in commercial units from 5 to 7 and an increase in strata-titled residential units from 51 to 64. The applicant proposes the amendment in order to redesign portions of the building and to provide a continuous street wall along 49th Avenue. The proposed building in the lower left is in the lower left. In comparison, the earlier building has a less defined building edge. So notification postcards were mailed and public input was sought via an online comment form. 105 people signed onto the project webpage to view the proposal. Only 2 comments were received. The site is subject to a fixed-rate CAC applicable to 4-story mixed use in the Cambie corridor. Based on the net increase in floor area of 43,000 square feet, this amendment would deliver nearly $224,000 in additional public benefits. In conclusion, this proposal meets the intent of policy by delivering a mixed-use building having a continuous street wall and the maximum FSR provided for under the Cambie Corridor Plan. Staff support the application, subject to conditions in Appendix B. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Does the applicant team wish to speak to the application?
Yes. Good evening, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Winston Chong. I'm the principal of Winston Chong Architect. I'm joined by Daniel Sadu, who's representing Killarney Enterprises. We will waive a presentation, but we'll be happy to answer any questions Council and others may have on the application. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Council, do you have any questions to either the staff or the applicant team? And this is, I just want to make sure you know that this is your only opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. And Councillor Miser, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Question for, I guess, the architect. I saw there's a lot of studio units, and I'm just curious around the thinking around that.
The studio units are mainly up front. Again, we are in a transit corridor, and we're across the street from the Langara College. These may possibly become units for students of that nature, and providing that accessible to the school and on the transit line to UBC or other schooling around, it would be appropriate in size and for the nature of the surroundings.
What is the percentage of studio units for the project?
I believe I have to get my stats. Apologize for that. I just have to run through this.
It's okay, I can find it in the report. I just
Yeah.
noted that
All
in the floor plans, and I think I saw that as one of the public comments.
Yep, that's correct. These studio units are designed appropriately to suit a storage unit, and obviously the minimum living units for a unit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Miser. That is it for questions. Seeing no more questions, we will now hear from the public. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the list. That number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. And if there's any speakers in the council chamber, they can come forward when their name is called to the podium. We have no speakers registered, but Clerk, do we have any speakers on the line for this item?
We have no speakers on the line.
We have no speakers. Okay. I'm going to call another 3 times. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by code 106-1445#. The phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. Clerk, has anyone joined us online?
Still no speakers on the line.
Second time, if there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 #. Before I close the list, the phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. Clerk, anybody joined us?
No, there are no speakers on the line.
Okay, I'm calling for the third and final time. Any speakers for this item, please call, and you wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 #. Before I close the list, and that phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream, and council will take a 5-minute break to see if anybody calls in. Speakers on the line?
There are no other speakers on the line.
Okay, seeing no other additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. As few or no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments, move on to hearing closing comments, asking further questions of staff, and making a decision. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Staff, do you have any closing comments?
No closing comments, thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any sorry, there's a little bit of talking over here. We can keep quiet in the chamber. Thank you. Does council have any questions for staff? Great. Council, we will now make a decision on this application. Do we have a mover? Okay, that was Councillor Klassen, Councillor and Councillor Joe. Any debate? Seeing no one on the queue to debate this, Clerk, I think we can move us to a voting screen. Thank you. And that does pass unanimously. Great. We are now finished that item. Thank you, staff. Thank you, any applicants in the room. We're moving on to item 4, which is CD1 rezoning for 6151, 6261 Grandview Street and 1511 West 47th Avenue. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, seeing none, Clerk, can you please read the application and summary of correspondence received?
There's an application by Intro Group Project Limited to rezone 6151 to 6261 Grandview Street and 1511 West 47th Avenue from RS3 Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story community care facility, Class B with 226 units, a building height of 30.3 meter, and a floor space ratio of 2.8 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 9 pieces of correspondence in support, 5 pieces of correspondence in opposition. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you. Just before we proceed, if I could just make a first call. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 # before the close of the list. That phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. And if you do call in now, you haven't added your name originally to the list, you will be added at the end of the registered speakers list. We have Nicholas Danford, rezoning planner in the Rezoning Center, Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, here to present the application.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Carr. Good evening, Council. I'm Nick Danford, the rezoning planner for the application. So the subject site is located on the northwest corner of the intersection of Granville and West 47th Avenue. So the site is comprised of 7 properties, each with a single detached house, and is currently zoned RS3. The site's surrounded by similarly zoned RS properties on all sides and are generally developed with single detached housing. The site's located in the Kerrisdale neighborhood of the city and is about 500 meters to a cluster of shops over at 41st and Granville, and is approximately 700 meters from Montgomery Park to the east. The site's located in the ARCS Community Vision. ARCS stands for Arbutus Ridge, Kerrisdale, and Shaughnessy Community Vision. So this vision was developed and approved by Council in 2005, and it does allow for consideration of rezonings for institutional uses and for seniors housing in the form of small developments located near parks, shopping, transit, and other services. The proposed use is a community care facility Class B, which is an institutional use defined in the Zoning and Development bylaw that allows for care facilities licensed through the Community Care Act of British Columbia for care of 7 or more people not related by marriage or blood. So in this case, the applicant has indicated that the intended population they will serve are seniors in the form of assisted living and long-term care. So the application was received in November of 2021. The proposal is for a 6-story building with a total height of 30.3 meters or 99 feet. Total floor area of nearly 2,300 square feet is proposed. That results in an FSR of 2.8, and the facility would contain approximately 226 care units. There's 115 vehicular parking spaces and 28 bicycle parking spaces located in 2 levels of underground that would be accessed from the rear lane. A virtual open house was held in February 2022. A total of 76 pieces of correspondence were received through the rezoning process, including from the ARC's advisory committee who supported the proposal. Otherwise, comments were mixed on the proposal. Folks supported the building size and fit, as well as the design. People spoke to the need for care facilities to serve the intended target population, which is seniors in this case. Concerns were raised about the proposed height and massing of the building, an increase of traffic in the rear lane, as well as tree retention on the site. In response to the concerns raised through the rezoning process, conditions have been included in Appendix B to reduce the size of the proposed underground in order to accommodate greater tree retention and provide efficiencies in parking access with the rezoning proposal to the south. So given the institutional nature or institutional use of the building, the project is subject to a fixed rate CAC, resulting in a contribution of approximately $669,000 in addition to DCLs and public art. The total contributions expected from the project is nearly $6.8 million. So review of the application concludes that the proposal does meet the intent of the ARC's community vision, allowing for institutional uses within the vision area. If approved, the project would deliver 226 care units, and staff support the proposal subject to the conditions outlined in Appendix B and are available for questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that presentation. Sorry, if the applicant team here to speak. Welcome.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sure. Good evening, Chair and Councilors. Thank you for joining us on this Valentine's Day. My name is Farouk Baboul, and I'm Vice President of Development at Intercorp Homes. And I'm here with my colleagues Doug McClatchy, over here, and Allison Keller of Amica Senior Lifestyles, and Bryce Rossich of RH Architecture, and our landscape architect, traffic consultant, sustainability consultant are also joining virtually. Our team is available to answer any questions that you may have. All neighborhoods must accommodate growth and provide appropriate housing options for their residents. And we know that the Kerrisdale has amongst the highest concentrations of seniors aged 75 and older. This number is expected to increase by 25% in the next 5 years. Seniors housing along the full spectrum is required to reduce pressures on our shared public health care system. Intercorp, along with our partner, Amica, have been working collaboratively with the city and the neighborhood on this proposal for a community care facility designed for seniors. The site is located along an arterial, is adjacent to transit, and is located near shops and services. As mentioned in the staff presentation, the proposed use is supported by the ARC's vision, and the form of development would be allowable under other council-approved policies. For a building like this to operate, we do require an appropriate scale. This proposal is for one 6-story building with approximately 226 private pay seniors' homes, with 40% assisted living suites and 60% long-term care suites, including memory care, with supportive amenities and care. Over the past 2 years, we've taken the time to engage the broader community and the local neighborhood. Some concerns were raised from our immediate single-family neighbors, notably concerns of overlook, increased traffic, and parking on their streets, and our proposal, along with the subsequent rezoning conditions, will help to address their concerns and will help to mitigate the impacts of this development on the immediate neighbors. Intercorp and Amica are committed to being a good neighbor and are committed to working collaboratively with the community through the entire project lifecycle and through the ongoing operations of the building. And we sincerely hope that, should Council approve this proposal, 250 residents of Kerrisdale would be given the opportunity to continue to age gracefully within their existing community.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Councilors. I'm Doug McClatchy, the CEO of Amica. Amica Senior Lifestyles was founded in 1996, more than 25 years ago, right here in Vancouver. Today, we're a leading senior living operator with more than 30 residences in British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario. Many of our residences in BC are licensed for long-term care. We provide lifestyle options right across the full spectrum of care needs, from assisted living to the highest levels of care, including memory care for people living with cognitive decline. And we operate the residences we build. So we're committed to being and participating in our communities over the long term. We do this in part by taking cues from the residents themselves, who we acknowledge as community leaders and builders. Our residents are your current residents and their elderly neighbors who have contributed financially to the local economy and social causes, as well as volunteering countless hours to the common good. We participate in all of our local communities with the same intent, by supporting thousands of seniors in need through our registered charity, Amica Helping Hands. We empower seniors to live with optimism and peace of mind by providing excellent service and amenities with the best of care, and within the neighborhood that these seniors have for so long called home. When people move into an Amica residence, over 80% of the people that come from that neighborhood, or they move into it to be closer to their family. We know the city's west side has one of the highest concentrations of seniors, with approximately 7,800 age 75 plus. By 2027, it'll be increased by 25% to 10,000. Notwithstanding, there's only 1,205 private pay suites and 54 for secure memory care. And by 2050, the people in cognitive decline will more than triple. If you permit us to build this new residence that offers a full continuum of care, it will grant these community builders the opportunity to thrive and age in place while staying connected to the neighborhood, the place that they used to call home. Now, elderly couples can live in different physical or cognitive stages. They can live together. We return housing stock to a much sought-after market. We create more jobs. We reduce the impact on a critically strained healthcare system. We mitigate the mounting demand on provincially subsidized long-term care beds, and we secure the benefits for a greater community from a long-standing and regarded neighbor who actively commits to well-being of our society. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are questions. Oh, is there anyone else speaking from the?
Cool.
Okay, so you can stand there, but the questions may go to either you or to staff. So just so you know that. Councillor Kirby-Young, you're first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was going to ask you about the stats, and you started to get into them just in terms of what the current demand is and the shortage. And the stats you were quoting was 7,800 people age 75 plus. Can you just recap for me which geographic area you were referencing in that, and the 1,200 spots currently available?
Happy to, Councillor. How do you do? The current stats that we're looking at in a 5-kilometer radius around the site is that at present you have 7,800 approximate residents that are age 75 plus. And in 4 years, that's going to jump by 25% to 10,000.
So by 2027?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also referenced currently that there's 1,200 spots, but do you have a sense of what the gap is? You also referenced memory care. So I guess I'm curious in terms of how far behind are we in filling the gap with the aging population in the area, and why, you said 40% of the 226 units are assisted living, 40 memory care spots. If that's a growing demand, why not have more?
That's an excellent question. It is, when you have residents that are moving in, they're not necessarily immediately in need of dementia support and or necessarily complex care. It is about aging in place. But we do provide the long-term care as well because there is the demand from the community, but it is also allowing people to have that chance to come in, and as their needs change and grow, you have a built environment to support that.
Is there a benefit to having the diversified living, or some people don't need the assisted living, and as opposed to sort of a concentration of one type within one project?
You actually need it. We have a residence currently, and it doesn't have, on the west side, and it doesn't have memory care. And it's one of the hardest things if you have a family and you have a resident there, and they are experiencing cognitive decline, but we don't have the secure memory care, and then they have to move out. So the benefit of a continuum of care where you have assisted living and the fully licensed long-term care is that it doesn't matter how a resident, how their needs change, be it physical or be it cognitive, they can stay. And it also applies to for couples, where you could have spouses with very different needs, then they don't have to depart. They can stay in the same residence with us as well too, because we can cater to very different needs. And it really is about that full well-being of everyone.
Okay, and then, and just to sort of recap another point, you said that if we don't provide these services, then people go directly from not being able to necessarily be independent and live on their own to being more dependent upon a healthcare system that may not be able to support them.
Yeah, it's, you know what, you have to take a look at that full care spectrum that we have in society. So you have families that are caring for loved ones that are in need. You've got part-time home care. You also have full-time home care. And you have provincially funded long-term care beds. And you have private pay residences. So all of it works together. And so we're just trying to bring in another part of it into the west side where you have such a high concentration of seniors, which is just going to grow even more. And bringing in a private pay residence now with fully licensed long-term care, including the memory care.
Okay, and how many other similar projects do you have in Vancouver right now?
In Vancouver, in the Lower Mainland, we have three continuums of care in the Lower Mainland. We have our fourth one on Vancouver Island in Victoria as well too.
Okay. And then lastly, I suspect the question may come up tonight. People say, well, but it's private. It's only if people can afford it. And you touched on it a little bit, but what's your response to that?
That's actually a great question. I don't know, Doug, if you'd like to.
Sure.
I'll turn it to Doug McClatchy.
All right, thank you. I can't promise what the rates will be, 4 or 5 years from now, because I don't know what labor is going to cost or building is going to cost. But I can tell you what we do charge as an entrance into our Budas property. We're about $5,400 a month, and that includes 3 meals a day. It includes entertaining. It includes all sorts of services, and individualized care is on top of that. Does that help?
Yeah, it provides some context. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Kirby-Young asked lots of great questions. I think I'll just limit mine to some of the hot button topics that we get. You mentioned it. Parking is a big one when we talk about projects like this. 115 spots, is that correct?
Yes, through the rezoning applications, there's 115 spots that are proposed. The majority of those spots are actually for staff. The average age of the Amica resident is 89 years old, so
Right, I
typically
would
don't
assume
drive.
it's staff and visitor for the most part. I'm
Correct.
guessing that it's pretty
Correct.
rare for your residents to have vehicles. But so to put that into perspective, how many staff would a facility like this take? How many would be on at one time?
So based on similar projects in other parts, 80% of the staff would arrive by transit, and the balance would arrive by vehicle and would have a dedicated parking stall.
And if you were to take a guess at how many staff would be arriving by vehicle?
Approximately 10.
Oh, okay, that's pretty small. Okay.
Correct.
And the rest would be visitor parking, I assume?
Visitor parking, or some residents may have access to a vehicle.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, I was going to kind of ask about parking as well. So I figured that the 115 spots would mostly be for staff. You're saying approximately 10 staff per day probably parking there, and there's 7 single-family homes currently on the site. Is that correct?
Yes, there are currently 7 single-family homes on the site.
Okay. So there might actually be less traffic potentially in the laneway compared to 7 single-family homes.
Correct.
Okay. And then the other question maybe for the architect, just wondering what's been done to mitigate some of the concerns of neighbors about overlook onto their properties.
Good evening, Acting Mayor and Councillors. Bryce Rossich, RH Architects. We recognize the sensitivity of building a larger building in a neighborhood that's primarily single-family currently. It's zoned to allow higher density along Granville Street and actually in one block. Fortunately, these lots are 178 feet deep. They're much deeper than the average lot, which has allowed us to have most of the massing of the building close to Granville Street. And then for the wings that come to the west towards the lane, they're terracing down. So there are landscape elements on second, third, and fourth floors. We've retained as many trees as we can. And there are actually a very significant number of trees on the west side of the lane currently on the private properties on the west side of the lane, and we're supplementing that with additional landscaping. The other point I want to make is that, you know, often buildings have a front door and a back door. Here's an example where the back door, the lane, is probably more attractive than the front door, because that's where, if people are coming or dropping off somebody, a loved one there, they would be coming in from the lane. So we've worked that as well.
Great, thank you.
That's it, Councillor Meisner? Great. That is it for questions. Thank you. Seeing no more questions from councillors, we will now hear from the public. Clerk, do we have speaker 1 on the line, who is Carol Weens?
Yes, speaker 1 is on the line.
Okay, and my understanding is that speaker 1 is requesting to speak as a representative of others, so a delegation. There needs to be 3 other speakers on the line who would not speak but are there to form the delegation. Clerk, can you please confirm with me if there are 3 other speakers accompanying Ms. Carol Weens?
Mayor Carr, may I make a statement in that the fellow that phoned earlier, Gary, was trying to register as part of my group. And a lot of my group are English as a second language people, and so they have difficulty understanding the process. I did have a number of them lined up. Gary was one of them, my husband is another, and I'm the third. Now, I don't know whether you're going to still count him, but he did try to phone in and register as part of my group. You'll remember he mentioned Carol several times.
What we can do is we can take a pause in our council proceedings right now if you can get hold of Gary and get him on the line. We do need the 3 people on the line, so are you prepared to do that?
Yes, I'll give him a call.
Okay. Council will take a 5-minute break to enable that to happen.
Thank you.
so I can ask her if she has 3 other people there on the line.
I'm on the line,
Okay,
and
yes.
I'm on the line, and I've sent a text to Gary, but I don't know whether I've asked him to call back in if he hasn't done so. His number, if recognized, would be 778-859-2.
Sorry. 1 second, the clerk is just talking to me about that. Sorry, clerk, if you could just explain. Okay, that's fine. They've got that number. Excellent. So can you please state the names of the 3 people with you?
Okay, I'm the first person. Bob Weens is the second person, and Gary Tang is the third person.
No, you need one more. You can't be you have to have 3 with you. So it's 3 plus you.
Well, that's interesting because I asked the clerk with an email whether I counted, and she said yes, that I count in the 3. That was a question I asked this week. In any case, it's your decision.
Yeah, you know what? Sorry, just a second. Clerk, did you want to comment on that?
Point of procedure, Chair. We've already taken a 5-minute recess for this person to create a delegation. It literally changes her speaking time from 8 minutes to 5 minutes. Can we just ask for a 5-minute presentation from the speaker, and that would probably take care of it?
Yes, I think she's looking for an 8-minute presentation. We're just checking something, clerk. I'll just check through this. Okay, so Carol, our clerk is just going to ask a question of our law department around that. And I'm sorry, it's going to just take a moment. But it's important that we follow our procedures because otherwise, if we don't verify with every person around this procedure, others will request for an exemption as well. So I'm sorry.
I understand.
Okay. So I'm sorry, council can maybe do a little deep breathing or relaxation. The clerks are busy verifying, so they would be moving the speakers forward. So I think I'll let them finish this. I'm sorry but I can see they're focused. Yeah. The issue is our clerk would be managing those speakers, and right now the clerk is verifying with law around the first instance. Okay. So council, don't go away too far because we're just confirming if law hasn't got back yet. We're confirming if there are other speakers on the line, so we could proceed. Okay, we do have a decision from our law department, Carol, which is that you do need yourself plus 3 others. So at this point, you have 2 others. I'm giving you 5 minutes to make your presentation. You can start anytime.
Okay, and I'll just be cut off in the middle whenever it happens. So, council members and acting Mayor Carr, my name is Carol Weens. I am a resident and a homeowner in Vancouver. I speak for the residents of the double block of Churchill Street, located directly behind this proposed development and separated by a residential lane. Thank you for the opportunity to present our strong opposition to this rezoning application. Tonight, it feels like this public hearing is really just a formality with a rubber stamp of approval ready to go. The referral report gives 2 thumbs up to just about every facet of this project. The opposing points of view from the community were boiled down and summarized into just 14 lines, and then completely dismissed in 9 lines of that report. Hardly an adequate representation of the consequences of this project for the adjacent residents. So little regard for the fallout and negative effects this project will have on our residential properties and daily lives. It seems that Goliath will get his way this time. And yes, we are NIMBYs, and who wouldn't be when one's peace and quiet and property values in the short and long term are threatened by a 99-foot solid structure sitting across just a shared lane. Try to get a visual concept in your mind of what this development will actually be for us. Picture our 2-story homes overshadowed by a massive structure of 6 stories, 4 times the height of our homes, consuming almost the entirety of 2 city blocks. And no matter how much they say the building will be terraced back on some levels, it remains to be seen as a solid 6-story structure filling 7 of 9 pre-existing residential properties. Our privacy compromised. Sight lines of trees, sky, clouds, and night sky blocked. And the rising sun in the east lost. That feeling of something oversized looming over our yards will surely lessen the enjoyment in our outdoor spaces. Our residential lane will now be busy and commercial. Day and night, big trucks using the unsightly loading bays, taxis, ambulances, maintenance trades, guest and resident cars, and general deliveries. Can't you just hear that beep, 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 beep from the trucks? Our property access via the lane and the security of our property will be at risk. And imagine clearing out all mature trees, shrubs, and vegetation over the entire footprint of this building. That is more than just significant. It's a huge loss for the environment. And new plantings are no substitute for mature growth that currently lives on that site, nor will the volume of the existing vegetation ever be totally replaced. So let's be very clear. This proposal is for a user-pay, for-profit, luxury commercial business. It's not a retirement residence for independent seniors to age in place. And it does not in any way provide much-needed, affordable senior housing. Monthly invoices will be in the thousands of dollars and some well above $10,000 a month for specialized care. It's clearly not housing or care for the average senior. I was active in this community when the ARC's community vision was created. I contributed to the vision, as did many in the community. I understand and respect that vision. This rezoning application does not respect the spirit nor the intent of that vision, which clearly rejects the notion of any new buildings of 6 and even 4 stories within the Carrisdale community. And when specifically referring to the buildings for seniors, including senior housing, assisted living, and long-term care, the words that we read there are small developments for low income and rental, located close by and near to parks, shopping, and services. This project is not small, and it's not near the library, the community center, shops, cafes, services, or any parks. As a senior, my definition of close by and near to is a 2 to 3 blocks away, not 2 kilometers to the Kerrisdale Village Centre, or crossing 6 lanes of Granville Street to then go 5 more blocks to Montgomery Park, which is in Oak Ridge. And no matter how often we are told that Amica wants to be a good neighbor, everything about this proposal is everything but being a good neighbor.
Okay, Carol, that is your 5 minutes. So yeah, thank you very much for speaking to council.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Look, I'm looking for speaker 2, Dan Levitt. Is Dan Levitt on the line?
And you can speak now. Thanks.
Okay. Good evening, Deputy Mayor Carr and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you tonight. My name is Dan Levitt. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here to offer my support for this proposal. I have lived just a block down the street from this proposal for 18 years, where my wife and I are raising our family. In fact, I also grew up not too far from this intersection. This has been my community for as long as I can remember. Lucky me. When we received a letter from the applicant, well over a year now, about their proposal to develop a 6-story seniors care home down on Granville, it sparked a serious conversation about how the neighborhood was changing at our dinner table. The first response from our older teenage daughter was that she might be able to work there. Maybe Grandma and Grandpa might move in and be our neighbors. They could come over to our house all the time. My wife, a teacher, thought she might be able to do some adult education. The youngest daughter was already selecting pop songs from her playlist to share with the tenants and connect digitally on her social media. What might my connection be with this aged care community, I asked. Dad, you're a gerontologist. You already run a retirement village. The consensus was I might be the CEO there one day, as I wouldn't have to commute very far. And no, I have no personal connection to Amica or this project, other than being a neighbor. Professionally, I'm a gerontologist. I'm the CEO of Kin Village, which is home to over 300 people living together who require various stages of health needs and housing, along with community-based services and a very busy community center. Like this project, Kin Village is located in the town center of Tawasin. Much like this project, it is located in a residential home area where there are single-family homes and multiple family homes in the area. This housing project across the street from us for older persons is consistent with the City of Vancouver's action plan, the Age-Friendly Action Plan, a safe, inclusive, and engaging city for older persons. Established neighborhoods like the one I call home don't offer many options for older people looking to move out of their single-family homes but wanting to remain in their neighborhood, where they grew up, where they raised families and have friends. That's why this proposal is so beneficial to the health and vitality of a whole community, not just the individuals that use their services. I received notification of this development as a neighbor, and it just happened to be right within the scope of my life's work. As the population in this neighborhood ages, so does the worry of having to leave our community or having your loved ones forced to leave the community. There is no doubt that we're seeing changes across Vancouver, and I'm personally thrilled to be here to support a change like this. Aging is something we all do, if lucky. I could go on about the alarming statistics about our aging population and how this particular project is brilliant as it allows people to age truly in place in their community, in comfort and dignity. But instead, I'll just be a speaker, a neighbor. I welcome this project down the street from our home, and I believe it's great in its use. I like the way it looks, and it's perfect for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. You don't have any questions, but I think we all appreciate you speaking to us tonight. So we're moving on to speaker 3. Is Graham Freeman on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
You bet. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of Council. My name is Graham Freeman. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the British Columbia Senior Living Association. I'll take a moment there to just add a little context on our organization. It's referred to as the BCSLA, It was formed over 20 years ago as the BC Retirement Communities Association focusing on independent living, and then rebranded in 2008 as we started to include assisted living services. One of our association cornerstones is to work closely with both provincial and municipal governments, seeking collaborative opportunities where possible, advising on how senior living residences serve communities. As an industry association, we're in touch with many studies and provide information that assist our membership and government leaders with decision making. So tonight, while I won't go too deeply into the stats, and I think we've heard some already, I would like to examine a few data points to reveal why retirement residences in a community are indispensable and provide societal well-being. By 2036, approximately 25% of Canadians will be over 65. Research shows that 90% of this age group wish to age in place. Statistics Canada, in their 2021 census, revealed that the number of seniors in BC surpassed 1 million for the first time, and they make up 20.3% of our provincial population. The census also made known that people 85 years and older are the fastest growing age group in the country. They face increasingly complex health challenges and have so many family support members that often provide that care. The stress on that relationship, whether it's skilled enough, and especially when it includes dementia, is one of, I think, it's going to be one of our most important things with this aging population. It is increasing tenfold and will triple by 2050, those living with cognitive decline. More and more people will need support, which seniors housing can provide. In 2018, the Financial Post reported 21.7 of Canadian seniors population from 2006 to 2016 had more than double the rate of seniors' home supply increases. So the picture facing the decision makers is this. Our population is rapidly aging, and many will require support. The vast majority want to age in their own communities, and our healthcare system is in a bit of a crisis. There is insufficient supply of seniors housing even now, and we need some creative thinking, investment, and solutions. It's simply not coming fast enough. That is where the BCSLA comes in. The BCSLA members come in. They are experienced builders and operators of retirement residences and allow them to age in place. Providing the resources and services that enable Canadian seniors to live in their later years the way they wish is a fundamental part of the journey. Choice is key. There are many other notable benefits to retirement residences, considering seniors living in social housing provide social benefits, physical, potential care needs are met, and of course, peace of mind. I referenced earlier about loved ones taking on most of that burden, and if stress in families is reduced, the positive effect is felt a lot further in the community. Retirement residences can be part of this solution. They're a collaborative solution, and they play a vital role in helping alleviate the strain on our healthcare system. A consideration is also that communities benefit further when residences open locally, because more sought-after housing stock returns to the market. Housing inventory in general has been a challenge for all of us living in Greater Vancouver. Municipalities who enact age-friendly solutions benefit from maintaining the social backbone of their communities, as well as key financial resources for older residents, which they control. The residents are in charge, choice is paramount, and it's important to engage them in a lifestyle they wish to have.
Graham,
Bring a population with, yes?
Yeah, that is it for your time. So I very much appreciate you speaking to council tonight. There are no questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Speaker 4 is Ken Levitt on the line.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, is this Ken Levitt?
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, yes. Can you hear me? Are you Ken Levitt?
I'm Ken Levitt,
Go ahead.
and perchance I am the father of Dan Levitt, and perchance we both do the same kind of work, except I'm retired. I lived in the area for 16 years, and I was CEO of what is now a 300-bed retirement nursing home in the Oak Ridge area. I'm not going to really talk about the design or what's happening in the community locally that's because I don't live there. But I can say that the building proposed is Amica in general is at the cutting edge of design. It is moving away from institutional buildings. If you look at most long-term care facilities, you will see that they have narrow hallways. They work on a hospital model. Everything is highly structured, and that's going to be passive, hopefully, when the government gives more money to replace and rebuild long-term care. Amica's buildings are inviting. The hallways are wide. There are huge social areas for people to play cards, to play pool, to do what they want to do, and families are invited in regularly. I think that the Amica building on Granville will add a great deal of choice for persons living on the west side of Vancouver. I can't say enough about what I feel. As a former administrator, I wouldn't mind living there someday. Thank you.
And thank you. You have no questions, but we all appreciate you joining us tonight. Is Speaker 5, Mariam Yaktian, on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you have up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mariam Yafian, and I'm the General Manager of Amica Arbutus Manor at 2125 Eddington Drive, Vancouver. I have the privilege of serving seniors and their families daily, so I understand firsthand the many benefits a private pay residence can provide, especially a state-of-the-art residence that provides the full continuum of care, like the one that is proposed by Amica and Intercorp for Granville and 47. More important to this conversation than my perspective is the perspective of older Canadians who are contemplating their changing needs and their living conditions. Canadians want to age in place. Aging in place is defined as having the health, social supports, and services you need to live safely and independently in your home or in your community for as long as you wish and are able. We know Canadians want to age in place academically, and we know it from our own direct experience. Academically, a study published in 2021 in the Canadian Geriatrics Journal indicated 90% of individuals over the age of 65 prefer to age in place. Research shows that aging in place evokes feelings of security and familiarity, as well as attachment and social connectedness. And social connectedness protects against age-related declines in health. In our direct experience, over 80% of Amica residents either come from the neighborhood surrounding the residence, or they move to the neighborhood to be closer to their family. When people move to the retirement residences, they choose to maintain their social relationships. Of course they do. In fact, several of our residents encourage their own West Side neighbors to join our wait list to further strengthen their connection to the community they call home. So we know Vancouverites want to age in place. The challenge is that there simply aren't enough retirement residences for seniors on the west side to be able to age in place. By 2027, the west side population of people aged over 75 will jump by 25% to 10,000. But there are only 380 private pay licensed care suites in the area, and they're full. So when a senior in the west side or their family comes to the decision to move to a residence that is licensed to provide long-term care, this insufficiency adds pressure or turmoil to the situation that was already stressful. When this occurs, families in the west side are often forced to look for housing outside their neighborhood. This in turn breaks the social connections that are so valuable in preserving older people's health. The insufficiency of retirement residences also leads families to turn to provincially funded long-term care facilities. There are simply not enough private pay retirement residences that offer long-term care in this area. So these families join the crowds of people whose needs are pushing our publicly funded healthcare system to the breaking point. Mayor and Council, if you approve Amica's proposal, you could change hundreds of families' lives for the better. A new Amica will provide housing for more seniors who want to stay here in the community they love. It will help them to age safely and gracefully in place, no matter what physical or cognitive challenges arise. And it will also help elderly couples with different health needs stay together. This private pay development could also contribute to the overall well-being of the community, as it will help alleviate the demands on provincially funded resources. I ask you, therefore, to please approve this crucially needed development proposal and help improve and protect the lives of seniors and families. Thank you.
And thank you for speaking to council. It's very much appreciated. There are no questions, but again, thank you for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Moving on to speaker 5 is John Kurchuk on the line.
I am indeed.
Yes, sir. Is this John?
Yes, I am. Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you. My name is John Kurchuk, and I reside in Vancouver. I am speaking in support of this application. Over the last 10 or so years, my work is focused on bringing continuum of care rental housing for seniors to what can best be described as high barrier to entry locations. I say high barrier to entry because the locations were in mature, built-out communities where the only opportunity for new development was through redevelopment and densification. The opposition has at times been formidable, primarily because the benefits of helping seniors age safely in place in their own communities are not well understood. I shared one example of many in the letter I submitted to you last week. However, more importantly, I'm proud to say that despite the opposition, the residences we created, they have been resoundingly embraced by the communities once the doors opened. When confronted with the reality of having an elderly parent or loved one develop a need for the care and support our residences had to offer, even the fiercest opponent can have a change of heart. So facing what can often be a daunting prospect, one might ask why keep doing it. Simple answer is because it's the right thing to do. The seniors these residences are intended to serve and support live in the surrounding communities. They've contributed to and helped build these communities over their lifetimes. They've raised their families there and in the process developed a myriad of personal connections within them. These neighborly interactions, grounded in familiar settings, have been shown to contribute to better well-being because they help people stay connected. That said, potential sites in mature communities are pricey, and securing them often means competing with residential developers who may be able to justify paying more by increasing the prices of their product. This raises the barrier to entry even higher and contributes to why many seniors' residences end up being built in outlying locations where the sites are less costly and there's less opposition. However, it shouldn't surprise anyone that when the need for care and support that can't easily be accommodated at home arises, and the only option to get that means leaving their home and familiar surroundings, The vast majority of seniors will stay put, unfortunately, often for far longer than they should for their own physical and mental well-being. There are other considerations. Continuum of care residences are inherently inefficient in their spatial use and costly to build and equip. While the saleable area in a market condo is typically 85 to 90% of the above grade built area, the rentable area in a continuum of care residence is more on the order of 50 to 65%, with the remainder needed to provide the supportive services and accommodate triplication of amenities like dining and activity rooms. For example, a resident like the one proposed would usually have at least 2 dining venues for its independent supported living residents and one for each assisted living or memory care area, because those residents are often too frail or are otherwise unable to use the main dining venues unaided. So why build a continuum of care given the relative inefficiency and high cost? Well, because they better provide for aging in place. Imagine having finally decided to leave your home and familiar surroundings to move to a retirement residence, then you or your spouse's need for support grows or the care becomes more complex. Now you're forced to move again to somewhere that offers more care, or one of you stays and the other one goes. The care and support needs of someone in their mid to late 80s, the current average age of entry into a continuum, can change quickly. The continuum of care can generally accommodate that, as well as provide for palliative care when the time comes. So as I've said, the land in high barrier to entry locations is expensive, the buildings are comparatively inefficient, the building costs are high, and it takes a lot of trained staff to provide the supportive services. Adding density means the cost can be amortized over more units to bring the rents down. However, of equal importance is that the residents be right-sized for the community it is intended to serve, so companies like Amica take great care to ensure the density proposed accurately reflects the depth of need in the community to avoid overbuilding. I'm not involved in this application, nor am I being paid in any way to state my opinion. While 2 of the residences I've had a hand in creating are now Amica owned, I've had no involvement with Amica for a few years now. However, I am an advocate for the creation of new continuum of care residences for seniors in the communities where they want to continue to live, as well as for creating more complete and inclusive communities that include the seniors that help build them. I have an 88-year-old mother with a heart condition who could conceivably need to move to a residence like this in the not-too-distant future. I don't want her to be compelled to choose between living alone in relative isolation or moving to what is tantamount to warehousing for seniors far away from where she's lived some 65 years of her life. Thank you.
Thank you. Was pretty well exactly on time. I don't see any questions for you, but I really appreciate you coming to speak to council. Thank you.
Thank
you. Moving on to speaker 7, Jessica Bouchard. Jessica on the
Hello.
line? Yes, hello. Jessica, go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, acting mayor and councilors. My name is Jessica Bouchard. I live on West 7th Avenue in Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support of this application. Tonight, I speak as a family member whose loved ones, my late grandmother, father-in-law, and aunt, all lived with dementia until they passed away. Today, I'd like to speak a little bit about my aunt's story in particular. It was challenging when it became clear that my aunt could no longer safely live in her own home as she had done for many years. Though she was living with dementia, she was still very physically fit and actively mobile. So, like so many other seniors around us. She enjoyed walking, but one winter day she went out walking and she became lost. She wandered into the North Shore Mountains, which were just up the street from her home, and it took days to find her. When they did, sadly, the search and rescue team only recovered her body. It was such an unhappy ending to a very happy life. My family's tragedy should serve as an urgent call to action to safeguard vulnerable seniors in our community. The projected numbers for our rapidly aging population and the exponential rise of dementia worry me deeply. With dementia set to increase over 200% in our province in 20 years, how will we protect our loved ones? That's not much time when you consider all the preparations and resources that must be secured and built to care for a large population who will be living with advancing needs and complex needs. Many solutions are needed, and building continuums of care right now, not waiting for 5 or 10 years to get started, I think is a very vital part of this plan. Acting Mayor and Council, more seniors housing with care is urgently needed on the west side where I live. I ask you, therefore, to please approve this development application for a continuum of care and to help protect our elderly loved ones in this community, like my aunt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no questions for you. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Council, I will call 3 times for additional speakers as we've gone through the speakers list. First, if there are any other speakers who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. Before the speakers list is closed, and that phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. Are there any speakers on the line, Clerk?
There are no new speakers on the line.
Okay, second call. Any speakers who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# for the close of the list. The phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. Clerk, any other speakers?
No speakers on the line.
Great. Third and final time. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. Before I close the list, phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream, and there is a 5-minute recess as we see if any other speakers join us. Council? the line?
We have no other speakers on the line.
Okay, seeing no additional speakers list is now closed. As fewer no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments, move on to hear closing comments, asking further questions of staff and making a decision. Staff, do we have any closing comments?
No closing comments, thank you.
Okay. Applicant, any closing comments? I'm seeing head shake. No closing comments. Council, do you have any questions? You can't, you can only ask them to staff, as you probably know. Councillor Klassen?
No
ahead.
further questions, but just bear with me here. Is a closing comment possible here?
There's no closing comments from staff or by, for us?
Yes.
You have to wait till it's moved.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You can stay,
right.
I'll advance you can go back on the list. The process is, I will simply ask if there's any other questions. There aren't any, so council has to make a decision now. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Boyle, and a seconder. Yes, thanks, Councillor Klassen. So, it has been moved and seconded. We are now open to debate. Councillor Klassen, you can go on the line if you like. You keep disappearing. Yes, I'm on the main queue. Yeah, Councillor Klassen, go ahead.
Just very quickly, just want to a couple of comments here, some good questions, and certainly heard from the community here. I just want to acknowledge the fact that building a project like this in this community is extremely important. I'm hearkening back now to when I came to speak to council and I stood at that podium to support the project at the Casamia building on Southwest Marine Drive, which was a partnership with Vancouver Coastal Health. In fact, Bob Chapman, who was here earlier today from Vancouver Coastal Health, was spearheading that on behalf of the Health Authority. We have a looming crisis from the sheer number of people who are going to be at the age where they are going to need additional care to see, and frankly, the public health care system is not responding. The news, unfortunately, is not that great in terms of the number of public beds that are becoming available. The most recent news from the Health Accord gave only very bare passing mention to long-term care and elder care. So it's going to take projects like these and companies like Amica and their partners, Intercorp, to try and make us a more resilient city. And I think that there is a lot of good that comes from projects like this that help families. It's family caregivers that often shoulder the burden of having to look after elderly family members. So I'm pleased to support this project, and I'm very glad that we have this one. And I can assure you, we're going to need a lot more of them in the years ahead. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Seeing no other speakers to this, I can, Clerk, if we can move to a vote. And that is a unanimous decision. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, applicant. Great. We are now moving on to item 5, CD1 rezoning, 2518, 2540 Grandview Highway South. Does any member of council wish to declare conflict of interest on item 5? I see none. So, Clerk, if you could please read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by the General Manager of Arts, Culture, and Community Services to rezone 2518 to 2540 Grandview Highway South from Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story residential building containing 64 social housing units. A building height of 22 meters and a floor space ratio of 2.3 are proposed. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 9 pieces of correspondence support, 73 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and this represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thank you so much, Clerk. Just to note for council that a yellow memorandum on this item dated February 10th, 2023 was distributed to council for information only and available on the website for public view. Any speakers who wish to speak to this item, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list, and that phone number will be tweeted out, made available on live stream. Additional speakers, if you do call in, will be able to speak at the end of the registered speakers list. We have Chi Chan, rezoning planner, Rezoning Center of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, here to present the application. Go ahead, thank you.
Just give me a moment, I'm setting up the
Sorry,
WebEx.
yeah, we moved a little quickly there. No problem.
Just confirming that everyone can see the presentation. Yeah.
Now on the public screen. Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Chi Chan. I'm rezoning planner for this social housing application, which is being considered under the Grandview Collingwood Community Vision. The site, shown in red, is comprised of 2 lots on the south side of Grandview Highway, near Copley Street. The site is zoned RT2 for duplexes, while the properties to the south are zoned RS1, low-density residential. It is currently developed with 2 existing duplexes, one of which has existing tenants in them. The site is just south of the Grandview Cut and the Millennium SkyTrain line. The proposed development is within walking distance of several parks, including John Hendry Park, where Trout Lake Community Center is located. It is 1 block from the number 7 Nanaimo bus route, while the Renfrew SkyTrain station is 750 meters to the east. The Central Valley and Slocan bikeways are located nearby. The Renfrew Collingwood Community Vision, under which this application is being considered, permits rezoning for social housing projects without further planning study. In 2017, Council approved the Housing Vancouver strategy, which identifies the need to coordinate action with senior governments, nonprofits, and Indigenous partners to deliver housing for the lowest income households. The strategy also identifies the need to create new, purpose-built, self-contained social and supportive housing in all neighborhoods of the city. This application falls within the Rupert and Renfrew Station area planning area. On March the 29th, 2022, Council approved an interim rezoning policy to establish the conditions under which rezoning applications can be considered while the planning process is underway. This rezoning application for 100% social housing is allowed to proceed under the IRP. As a city of reconciliation, the city commits to form a sustained relationship of mutual respect and understanding with local First Nations and the urban Indigenous community. As Indigenous residents are significantly overrepresented among those who are experiencing homelessness, This project is an action in support of reconciliation. Council adopted an equity framework in July 2021 that provides guidance on embedding equity in our work, both internally and externally. Through policy and regulation, the city can work with partners to reduce systemic barriers to housing and prioritize accessible and safe housing for marginalized groups that experience housing instability. This table shows the stock of purpose-built supportive housing that exists in Vancouver in 2022. There are 720 units of temporary modular housing in 11 buildings. These buildings were deployed in only a temporary capacity by BC Housing and will be on site for 5 to 10 years. They are newer buildings which opened between 2018 and 2021. There are an additional 3,000 units in 55 buildings of purpose-built supportive housing across the city. These self-contained homes with supports provide lasting, stable housing for residents. The average age of these buildings is about 20 years old, and the buildings range in size from about 9 to 147 units, with the median building size being approximately 80 units. This map shows where partnerships with senior levels of government have resulted in new purpose-built supportive homes across the city since 2010. In the summer of 2020, the city, the province, and the federal government signed the most recent Memorandum of Understanding that commits to delivering a minimum of 300 purpose-built, self-contained permanent supportive homes under the Permanent Supportive Housing Initiative, or PESHI. 2 projects were approved by Council last year under this initiative, and this application is the 3rd site being developed under the initiative. Housing Vancouver's strategy is to partner with senior levels of government to add 4,100 new social housing units with supports to be rented at the shelter component of income assistance by 2027. To date, 887 of these have been approved, but approximately 720 of them are temporary modular housing. The demand for this type of housing remains high, as evidenced by the more than 2,000 people experiencing homelessness, according to the 2020 Metro Vancouver homeless count. Projects like the one presented here this evening are an important step towards achieving our Housing Vancouver target to create pathways out of homelessness. Supportive housing buildings have 24/7 staff embedded in the building to provide on-site support services for the residents. This slide shows the range of services that may ultimately be offered at this location by both the nonprofit operator, InReach Services by community partners, or by Vancouver Coastal Health. Building operations, programs, and services are funded by BC Housing and provided by nonprofit operators and may change and adapt over time as residents and the community needs change. Just a note to Council, a memo was published recently with a draft operations management plan by the community builders, the nonprofit selected for this site. It outlines their operating requirements to support the safety and security of building residents and the surrounding community. This application was submitted on April 20th, 2020. It proposes a 6-story residential building built to a passive house or similar standard, constructed using modular construction techniques. A building height of 72 feet and an FSR of 2.30 are recommended. It includes 64 studio rental units, which are all for individuals. Although a known undercount, the Metro Van homeless count consistently found that only 3% of respondents were with children. BC Housing has indicated that for the PESHI sites, the objective is to maximize the delivery of new homes for single individuals. Adult family members who desire to be together could be accommodated in the same building and each have their own secured rental unit. There are 2 existing tenancies eligible for protections under the city's tenant relocation and protection policy. The tenancies are eligible for financial compensation, moving expenses, and assistance in locating alternative accommodations. Implementation of the tenant relocation plan will be secured as a condition of rezoning, and a final tenant relocation report will be required prior to the issuance of an occupancy permit. All units would be rented at the shelter component of income assistance. In BC, this rate is $375 a month for an individual. The Applicant hosted pre-application engagement events in spring 2022. The applicant team reached out to key stakeholders, including local businesses, schools, religious organizations, daycares, the VPD, seniors care centers, and community centers, including the Italian Cultural Center, to introduce the project and offer a meeting with BC Housing and city staff. Following this, the only stakeholder that requested a meeting was the Italian Cultural Center, and BC Housing and staff met with the executive director in April 2022. Pre-engagement activities also included 2 evening virtual neighborhood dialogue sessions and a public webpage where comments and questions could be submitted. Finally, a community liaison officer from BC Housing with their contact information remained available through the entire rezoning process on their website. Following the submission of the rezoning application, a city-hosted virtual open house was held between May 16th and June 5th, as you can see here on the slide. The city sent out 1,499 postcards to notify residents, stakeholders, and addresses in the surrounding neighborhood. The site sign and SYC page were also, city's Shape Your City webpage were also posted for this application. A total of 41 submissions were received during the application's formal comment period between May and September of 2022. Support was expressed for the building's height, massing, and density, and for social housing and the amenities such as parks and transit in the area. Concerns were also expressed related to the height, massing, density and location, and parking and safety. Staff have reviewed the proposal and concluded that the proposed height and density next to a wide arterial road are suitable. Furthermore, under the secured rental policy, adjacent properties can be considered for 3 to 6 story residential buildings. On parking, the project will comply with the parking bylaw. The site is located in close proximity to a bus route, north, south, and east-west bikeways, and a SkyTrain station. On-site parking spaces are for building and tenant support staff and visitors, as future residents are not anticipated to own their own vehicles. Regarding express safety concerns, studies and research show that communities and cities benefit on financial, social, and equity objectives by providing people who are experiencing homelessness with homes and support services. In conclusion, this proposal can be considered under the Renfrew-Collingwood Community Vision. It also advances the city's supportive housing policy goals within the Housing Vancouver strategy, along with key equity and reconciliation commitments. The proposal and recommended form of development represent an appropriate urban design response to the site and context. Staff support the application subject to the conditions contained in Appendix B. The planning team, Housing and Homelessness Services team from ACCS, BC Housing staff, and the operator are here to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is the applicant team here to speak to the presentation? Or application, rather? Yep, go ahead.
Just have to switch the computer.
No problem.
There we go. Just confirming that everyone can see the presentation. Yes?
Looks good.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Acting Mayor Carr and members of Council. My name is Heather Oland, and I am the Director of Non-Market Housing Development for the City of Vancouver. On behalf of the applicant team, we would like to thank you for your consideration of our proposal to develop 64 new social housing homes with supports on the city site located between 2518 and 2535 South Grandview Highway. The non-market housing development team plays an important role in achieving the Housing Vancouver goals for the development of both social and supportive housing on this and other city-owned sites. On the screen, you will see a couple of examples of the many social housing with supports we have helped to deliver with BC Housing, including Hummingbird Place at West 1st Avenue with PHS Community Services, and the Dunbar Apartments on West 17th Avenue with Coast Mental Health. Our team readies city sites for the development of new social housing This includes the identification of sites suitable for residential development in the city's existing real estate portfolios, as well as the acquisition of new sites. Once sites are identified, we conduct pre-development activities to assess potential development risks, for example, grade, environmental status, as well as geotechnical, density, and servicing capacity. In this case, the Grandview Highway site was acquired by the city and is considered appropriate for residential development from a technical perspective. We also work to secure partnerships with senior government and funders so that social and supportive housing projects are affordable to residents of Vancouver and are financially sustainable over the long term. This includes capital funding and, in some cases, ongoing operational subsidies to keep rents affordable. For this project, we had early support from both BC Housing and CMHC to advance the Grandview Highway site to this milestone, and we are grateful for their partnership. We foster partnerships with nonprofit housing operators and service providers, like community builders, who will operate the proposed building once completed if approved. Their input into the design and programming is essential so that social housing with supports located on city sites provides safe, secure, and affordable housing for the people of Vancouver. Finally, we assist our partners through regulatory submissions, such as rezoning applications for social and supportive housing projects on city sites, and provide development management support in an effort to streamline and expedite the delivery of homes in our city. This evening, I am pleased to introduce you to James Forsyth, the Director of Regional Development, Lower Mainland, from BC Housing, who will be presenting the details of tonight's proposal. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Chair, Councillors, staff, and members of the public. I am James Forsyth, your Director of Regional Development at BC Housing. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, which we live, work, and where these projects are located. Before I speak, I want to actually introduce Julia Roberts. She's the Executive Director of Community Builders, for some opening words.
Thank you for that introduction. My name is Julie Roberts. I'm the Executive Director of Community Builders. Community Builders is a nonprofit supportive housing operator in Vancouver. We've been operating projects similar to this since 2001. Community Builders' values are inclusion, empathy, empowerment, and most of all, delivering services with excellence and compassion that foster communities and support the residents and the communities that we're located in. Community Builders has a long history of opening sites very similar to this one. If this proposed site goes forward, we would be honored to be welcomed and to operate in this particular neighborhood. We have operated sites throughout Vancouver, including very similar residential neighborhoods to this. Our values and our desire to have open, transparent communication, building communities not only in our sites, but with the surrounding areas, have allowed us to be successful, whether we're opening a site in the downtown core or in residential neighborhoods or within the business community. We really believe that sites like this transform lives and community. We believe that it delivers housing and hope and dignity to those in our community that are facing homelessness. And once those people are welcomed inside to a community, over the many years that I've been doing this, I watch it transform lives, and that the people that were welcomed in, when they're provided with support and empowerment and dignity, they want to be active and positive members in the community around them. And we have seen this lived out year to year as we've operated very similar sites. And so as you consider this application, we are here to answer any questions, and we really believe that if this proposed project is accepted, that it will be a positive part of the community around us and have a lasting impact on the lives of the people that we would support, but also in the community around. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. So this project precipitated from an MOU between the City of Vancouver, BC Housing, and CMHC. This agreement, by all three levels of government, is a unified acknowledgement of some very serious challenges that we collectively face with respect to people who are at risk of homelessness. As part of this partnership, the city will provide a suitable land for the projects. CMHC and BC Housing will provide capital funding. BC Housing will provide the operational funding. So why did we sign this MOU? Well, we are actually in a housing crisis. In 2022, there were 2,095 people who were recognized during the homeless count that were experiencing homelessness. And on March 7th and 8th of this year, another homeless count will be taking place. This project seeks to address the deepest levels of affordability and provide supports for people who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. They are our most vulnerable citizens and they need our help. The solution before you today is a step in the right direction. This project not only would not be possible without the capital and operating funding of BC Housing and through the Supportive Housing Fund and the capital funding from CMHC, but it's a fantastic contribution to the existing community. The project includes 64 homes with wraparound support services for the people living there. They're all self-contained units with their own kitchens and bathrooms. And there will be a mix of accessible units and also amenities to support the people living in this building that will make it their home. The key to this project and what differentiates it is really the support services. While people living in this building have their own self-contained units, they can make their own meals. Providing those wraparound services are key to creating the stable environment that they need. This includes things as simple as laundry or meals, medical care, programs to connect with culture, skills training, mental health services. These are all part of those wraparound services. And we know that supportive housing works. It's a solution that breaks the cycle of homelessness, and this is very, very important. We see that people living in supportive housing, they gain stability. They see improvements in their own well-being and physical health. And most importantly, they're able to better contribute to their community. I wish I could actually take credit for the successes of supportive housing. However, community builders and other nonprofit housing providers are the ones who deserve the credit, and especially for a project like this. The Society will bring the on-the-ground expertise in delivering housing and work with vulnerable populations. They have the track record to prove it. Community Builders has been providing supportive housing and property management services in Vancouver since 2001, and some of their most recent successes include the Reederman Residence and the LOM. Lastly, I want to emphasize how we actually got here. Community input and engagement is critical to our success. For over a year, we've met with neighborhood and important stakeholders. Listening to the community is key to understanding challenges. It allows us to proactively create solutions. We shared details about the project through postcards. We offered meetings with schools and businesses and cultural centers and community groups and residential neighbors close to the site to ensure that they were informed of the proposal and had the opportunity to share their ideas. Further to this, we hosted neighborhood dialogues and BC Housing's Let's Talk Housing webpage, where not only we could receive more feedback and provide answers, but we actually posted summary reports about the engagement to share with the community. And it actually doesn't stop there. Once the application was submitted, we continued to engage and seek fulsome commentary. It allowed us to update the design, to address nuances, to refine, to share information, and to iteratively create the project that is before you today. My final point that I want to note is that our public process does not end. Building and maintaining relationships with the neighborhood are key to the ongoing successes of projects like this. So this is a wonderful opportunity within Council's first 100 days to act in support of the development of affordable housing. I want to thank city staff, community builders, our project team, and everyone at BC Housing for their hard work to bring forward such a meaningful project. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone.
Thank you. Great. There are questions. I'm not sure if they're to you or to staff, but Council, you have the opportunity to ask questions of both. And I just want you to all remember that this is your only opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. Councillor Montague, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Community builders. I'm familiar with a lot of operators. That's one I'm not super familiar with. You mentioned that you had other sites within the city. You gave their names, but I'm not familiar with them. Do you have their locations so that I can get a better idea as to where they are and the size of them, how many units, that sort of thing?
Yes, thanks for your question. So we currently operate 13 sites in Vancouver. 3 of those are shelters in the downtown core, and all the rest are a mix of affordable and supportive housing. So we have opened a number of temporary modular housing that were mentioned earlier. One is in South Marpole area. Another one is very close to the Nanaimo SkyTrain station, which is near to this project. We opened that 2 years ago. There's also a site that is Elewem, and that is just not very far away on Knight Street. They're all listed on our website, but it's near Knight and Terminal area. We operate a few in the downtown core, and most recently have opened one in Richmond. So we're located in residential areas and then have about 5 sites in the downtown core.
Okay, thanks. The report that I have from staff here, it talks about, the outdoor amenity spaces, which I think is super important. But it talks about very general things like support services, non-clinical supports. So I'm wondering if you can elaborate on what non-clinical supports means. And you touched a little bit on wraparound services, but I think one of the things that we hear a lot about is, I think it's going to be pretty obvious that a lot of the clientele, a lot of the tenants are going to have substance use issues. Is there a place within the building that they're going to be able to use substances? Is that open to the public, or is it for residents only? And is there access to treatment on demand through a relationship with Vancouver Coastal Health? Sorry, that's a lot of questions.
Sorry, I probably should have stayed standing up for that one while I waited for your follow-up. So we do offer wraparound supports within the building. So our staff bring a really wide variety of supports from cooking programs, nutrition, education, and peer work opportunities for the residents. Our staff spend a lot of time connecting residents to things like primary care or their ID. Lots of times people have been on the street for a number of years and they come in without any ID. They're not connected to their doctor or their family. And so there's a lot of those type of supports that go on at the beginning. And then we have a variety of cultural supports. We have cultural workers that work with residents if they need support, and cultural safety is very important to us. There are areas within the building where residents only can be in an area to use substances safely. That's really important to our staff to be able to provide that. It is for residents only, and so our staff and our residents and all the programming is geared for only the residents of that site. But we spend a lot of time connecting people to services, whether they need a doctor, they want to go back to school, they need help with resume building, and general life skills is a lot of what our staff will be taking care of in supporting the residents in those non-clinical supports.
Okay, and you could probably just stay right there and answer this one too. Tenancy. It talks about priority being given to local neighborhood individuals experiencing homelessness. I know that area has been, there's been a lot of issues with regards to people sleeping in their cars and vans and that sort of thing. Have you identified individuals from the neighborhood? Has the tenancy been looked at right now, or is that something that's going to be down the road? I guess I'll start with that.
Yeah, well, I can turn it back over to BC Housing. I don't think that's been selected yet. It's a proposed site. I will say, in my experience from other sites, we always prioritize the local area, and we partner with the City of Vancouver and BC Housing. So I'll let them answer that one.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. BC Housing uses a coordinated access process where we, based on vulnerabilities and ensuring that we have a very settled building, we take a look at applications and needs of folks on an individual basis. So at this point in time, with the project pending, we haven't identified folks specifically for the building, but what I can say is there is a very stringent process on reviewing applications and selecting people for the housing sites.
I will have to cut you off there because Councillor Montague is over his time, but thank you for that. Moving on to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. I just have a couple of quick questions. One for Julie, just appreciate you sharing the experience you have with housing. And I'm just curious if you do have experience as well with community advisory committees and establishing those where you do have housing, whether it be in Vancouver or in other municipalities.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have quite a lot of experience with community advisory committees. Most of our recent projects have opened up with a community advisory committee process in place. We've helped to facilitate about 7 community advisory committees, and we find them to be really instrumental especially in the early stages, always having a community advisory meeting prior to opening so we can open up that dialogue really early on.
Great, that's fantastic. And then I have one question for staff. Just with respect to, you referenced the consultation and engagement leading up to the public hearing. You referenced that when you reached out that the Italian Cultural Center had requested a meeting, you did meet. Could you just elaborate on that? I know that we're going to hear directly from the Italian Cultural Center a little later here as part of speakers, but could you just maybe articulate, sort of frame that discussion for us?
Thank you, Celine Mobilis, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. That engagement was actually done prior to the rezoning application, the city's regulatory process. So prior to the announcement, in partnership with BC Housing, we emailed kind of key stakeholders within a 5-block radius of the site, including the Italian Cultural Center, letting them know that the announcement was coming and offering to meet with them. They were the one organization that requested a meeting, so we did meet with them.
Okay. And can you elaborate on that discussion or meeting?
Yeah, Allison Dunnett, the former senior planner, she's no longer here, but did take notes. And what was reported back, that it was generally a positive conversation. There was a discussion about kind of the diversity of need among people experiencing homelessness, and just that there is a need in that community. There was discussion about community builders as the selected operator through a competitive process with BC Housing. There was discussion about a community advisory committee and how to kind of stay connected and be involved in the project. Mario, the executive director, also referenced some other organizations that he thought we should be connected with, many of which were on our stakeholder list. Following that, our understanding was that he had information he needed to go to his board, and that there would, if there were questions, we would be happy to answer them. And we didn't hear any follow-up following that meeting.
Okay, that's fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Chair.
Great, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Thank you for answering those questions. Following that, we will now hear from the public. First, just to announce again, if there are any speakers who wish to speak to council on this item, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the list. That number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. So first of all, we are going to go to the speakers list to find out if Jennifer Doig is on the line.
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker 2, Nathan Davidovich.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Nathan. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you
Go
very,
ahead.
thank you very much, councillors. The problem here is that the transportation problem to the project is not being considered. There is no SkyTrain station at Grandview Highway and Nanaimo. The last SkyTrain station is at Renfrew Street, and then there is no station till Broadway and Commercial. That was a mistake that was made way back in 2000, and it was never corrected. You could have quick elevators going from Grandview Highway down to the bottom of the cut and build a new station there to serve the whole area, because there are other apartments in the area right on Nanaimo and between Grandview Highway and 15th Avenue. And those people need access to the SkyTrain. But also, there used to be a bus route on Grandview Highway.
Point of order, Chair.
Hello? Do you hear me? Oh, boy. Hello?
Chair. Apologies for interrupting. Just hoping we can ask the speaker to stay on topic.
Okay, sorry, Nathan. There's just been a request from council that you stay on topic, and indeed, you must make your remarks pertinent to this particular development proposal. So if you could just keep focus on that, that would be appropriate.
Yeah, well, I am trying to tell council what's the problems of transportation around that area. The proposed project again is only half a block. They should buy the whole block. The city of Vancouver keeps, the planning department keeps approving or proposing half blocks instead of a full block. In most other cities in BC, they don't even consider half a block. A project has to be for the whole block if it's to be properly done. But Italian Cultural Center, they have lots of comments about this project and why it should not be approved as is. And I support the Italian Cultural Center submission. So that's about all my comments are. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Clerk, I wonder if you could just check to make sure we have quorum. We do. I think we have councillors online, so thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nathan. And moving on to speaker 3, Mario Micheli. Mario, in person. Great, welcome.
Thank you. My leg fell asleep. I've been here so long. Okay, my name is Mario Micheli, and I'm the Executive Director at the Italian Cultural Center. And I'm speaking in opposition of this particular plan here, simply for the fact that this process has been a little, consultation has been inadequate, and quite frankly, has lacked the transparency. Yes, I did meet with this group, and when we met with this group, I was told that it was going to be a home for adult seniors and people with disability who are experiencing homelessness or are near homelessness. So they talked about setting up a community advisory committee, and I said I would be happy to sit on that committee. I also said, here are some other stakeholders you might want to speak to who would form part of that committee, and we heard nothing. We asked them to keep me informed. Obviously, I was interested because I was the only person who came forward and asked for a specific meeting. So on Sunday afternoon, I was notified by a member of the community that this was coming forward on Tuesday, today, Valentine's Day, so I can be with all of you. On February 10th, they published a yellow memorandum, and this is where I think the real concern is here. When I read that memorandum, I would have loved to have had that early on in the process so that we could assess how we would manage this and we would collaborate as a community because we're a large stakeholder in the area. When I read that yellow memorandum, I realized that this is going to be low barrier housing. So it is going to have the issues of drug addiction, substance abuse, mental health issues. So of course, I look a little deeper into the document and look at what their staffing model looks like. So their staffing model is 2 staff 24/7, 1 operations manager, 1 support staff, 1 chef, 1 home support staff. When you look at all of that, I was also told there was going to be a nurse on site. That's what we were advised in the initial meeting. Staff experience and educational requirements. A current criminal background check, a current first aid certificate, a current nonviolent crisis intervention certificate, completion of naloxone training. Nothing in there implies to me that there's going to be a professional staff on site to offer the level of support that these residents are going to need. So I appreciate it's a great idea. We're not saying not to do it. Let's just do it right. And I think this should be referred back for further consultation so the community can have a say and we can have a full understanding of the risk mitigation of who the tenants may be there and have a comfort level that they'll be treated appropriately and the community will be safe.
Great, thank you. You do have some questions? Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Mario, for speaking. Appreciate you engaging in the process. I guess I have a question for you because it sounds like you are interested in participating in mitigating any transition into the neighborhood. And rather than refer back as an option, what about participating? Oftentimes you see groups have community advisory committees and formed with representatives from the local neighborhood that have an opportunity to support that integration process, because often, and that usually happens after tenanting, just in terms of the sequencing.
So this is what I think. Sorry.
Had you considered that?
So that's what I think is a little backwards here. I would suspect that you would have a community advocacy committee or advisory committee, to go through what this entails, rather than doing it after the rezoning. It would seem to me that you'd want to know how this facility is going to be utilized within the community. And that's where the dialogue has to be in place with the participants, with the community builders. I'm sure they do a great job. I know that staff has done an excellent job in proposing this facility. I think it's an excellent facility. We just want to make sure that it's going to have the necessary support for the 64 residents that are going to be there, and that the community around the facility, especially the Italian Cultural Center that has over 100,000 visits in a year, that everybody is going to be safe. We've had the experience that you referred to with what we call the Winnebago cartel on Slocan, and we had to deal with open use. We had to sweep the place for needles. I'm not suggesting that that's what's going to happen here. I just want to make sure that that doesn't come back to the community. We work really hard to move the Winnebagos away from Van Tech.
But I guess sort of zeroing in on the point, do you feel that those those conversations and strategies could happen from this point forward? Because council wears different hats. Like in a public hearing like this, we have a regulatory hat that's around land use. And then we always get into this conversation around when in the process you discuss how folks are integrated into neighborhoods and how local communities engaged. So do you think that do you think there's still opportunity for that to happen?
Well, absolutely. I don't think this is let's not do it. My suggestion is let's discuss it and give the community a full understanding of what's going to be in place.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mario, for being here. I just want to follow up Councillor Kirby-Young's questions and just around what I hear from your perspective, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is maybe a frustration or breakdown in process. And so if the proposal were as it is today, it's the 64 units, 6 stories, had there been maybe a little bit more fulsome engagement prior to public hearing, and I'm going to make an assumption. What if that, no change though, but earlier engagement with the Italian Cultural Center, would that change your position today in coming to speak to us if there had been maybe a few more meetings, a few more touch points where the community could have been engaged around certain things being proposed? Would that change the position of the...
You can understand how someone who's wanting to be part of the process to protect the integrity of the center that I represent and not having that opportunity, and then finding out the most about how Community Builders plans to put this in place is when something's dropped on February 10th, a Friday before the weekend, 4 days before this hearing.
Okay. So yeah, okay. I think I'm hearing very clearly the concerns you're reflecting, and I think a lot of it is and I think just to acknowledge, I think actually it's not time for comments. I'll stop there, Chair. That's where I start commenting. But appreciate the feedback.
I think there's just a bug on a desk there. That's nothing to... Thank you, Councillor. You can cope? Okay. Great, thank you very much. All right, Councillor Meisner.
Thanks, Mario, for coming in tonight. And I'm glad to hear that you realize the importance of this type of housing and that you are generally on board with a project like this. I guess my question is a couple of points of clarification. This recent meeting that you had, was that the first meeting that you've had with the operator?
Yes.
And that was
back about a year ago.
About a year ago, okay.
Yeah. And we had asked for follow-up, keep us informed, let us know. They had talked about an advisory committee, and nothing was forthcoming.
Okay, so when you asked for more engagement, any response to that?
More information about who was specifically going to be housed.
Okay, so that was my next question. So you mentioned that you were informed that it would be housing for adult seniors and those with disabilities. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's still in the documentation that was attached to this hearing as well.
Okay, and that information, that information, do you get that just from the documentation, or were you told?
No, that's what we were told. So,
okay, so who
we
were you
didn't
told
have
that
a
by?
huge
Was it by
concern.
BC Housing or Community Builders?
No, it was with the planner that we met with, and I think there was a representative from BC Housing as well.
Okay, and a planner from the city. Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Mario, for being here. I just want to follow up on a couple of questions and appreciate the comments around the Community Advisory Committee and the willingness to participate on that. Just to confirm, are you here representing the Italian Cultural Center, not as an individual? Is that right?
No, that's right. No, I'm a Burnaby resident, so I'm representing the Italian Cultural Center membership.
Okay. Okay. So I just want to clarify, and as Councillor Kirby-Young pointed out, we wear an interesting hat in public hearings in terms of land use, and so we have to weigh just the testimony and application details that are brought forward to us in this public process, and that's it. But part of that, and maybe there's just a point of clarifications for you, Chair, that we can reference a press release that was posted today publicly.
Sorry, I think you're in conversation with the speaker. Perhaps afterwards you can ask.
No, before I ask the question, I want to make sure it's in order. So point of order, can I reference a media press release that was posted today?
My understanding is as long as it's publicly available, so all of council would have
Okay.
had access to that information.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to, sorry, that's the fine line that we walk in this particular process. But so just to be clear, because in the press release, what I heard you say is that you're actually quite supportive of this type of development, but you want to be involved in more of the tenanting. Or so you were, as you say, who's going to live there. And so part of what I read in the press release is that the desire of Italian Cultural Center is actually to reconsider this model, which we call PIMSHI model, entirely for Vancouver. And that it's, we need to end PIMSHI in Vancouver.
Yeah.
So I don't understand how those two viewpoints are congruent.
Sure. So once I found out about this on Sunday afternoon, and I started to do my research, there's an awful lot of research that speaks to the this particular model not being successful. I've been around long enough to know that it's fait accompli, in my mind. I think one of the other speakers said that. You know, we were hoping that there's a new council, that one of the big things that the council members spoke of during the election is listening to communities more readily than they felt the previous council had, especially the mayor. So in that vision, we would hope that we'd have an opportunity to just set this back and let's talk about this particular project. Italian Cultural Center does an awful lot.
No, I appreciate all of
supporting
that.
everybody.
Yeah, and
But I
just have to
think what we
state-
want to be clear is what's best for our community.
Right, okay. So just to be clear, the sequencing, and this has happened with other projects, but I'm going to stick to this one, is that once we grant the use of the land, then that process can be very robust. That's the challenge we're in right now.
Yeah, but
is that we
it's a
want-
chicken and egg
That is
situation.
just the way that it's designed. It's not even designed. It's the way the charter basically dictates how we manage this process. So the challenge for us is to say, yes, we're going to use the land for this purpose, and now we're going to have robust engagement to make sure that the tenanting and all of
Is
the
that
different.
a question, Councillor Bly? Are you?
Well, is that your
No, I
understanding
think-
of this process?
Yeah, and I think the concern that I have, and now that you say it's in the charter, I understand how it's entrenched, but it seems ludicrous to decide on land use and then decide how the use is going to be
So
utilized.
I get that. So given all of our limitations,
Yeah.
are you willing to engage with that? If there's a sort of a further direction amended to this report, let's say, that basically says we would like staff and BC Housing and the operator to engage, recognizing the contributions of the Italian Cultural Center to make sure that there is positive integration. I used to live right by Vantec. I know what you're talking about on
Yes.
Spokane.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
very familiar with all the good work you've done around food security. So would you then participate in good faith on that committee to make sure that it's a positive integration, recognizing the sequencing is what the charter dictates?
Yes.
Okay, that's really great to know, because if that does come forward later, we won't get a chance to ask you again, and it's really important that we hear from
Yeah,
you directly.
we want to collaborate. We want to make sure that the risk mitigation is in place. I'm sure they can do it.
Okay, thank you so much for being here, Mario.
Thank you. That is it for your questions. But if I could just actually, I guess, reflect on some of the words that you said. You said something about it being, you've been around the process enough to know it's fait accompli. It's really important that that you confirm, and that we all know in this room, that the public hearing process is one where every councillor comes into the process with an open mind. We all receive information that is all shared jointly, not individual pieces of information, and make a deliberation and decision based on the input from the public and the documentation that we've been presented altogether.
It's more just a perception, not a reality.
Okay, that's good. And count, nope, that is it for your questions.
It is.
So thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Great. We are on to speaker number 4, Joe Finnemore. Joe Finnemore on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have up to 5 minutes to address council. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Acting Mayor Carr and members of members of council. Sorry. Thank you all for your wonderful service to our beautiful city. My name is Joe Finamore. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I've been a volunteer board member of the Italian Cultural Center for the past 34 years. 11 of those as president. I'm also a board member, volunteer board member at Villa Caratel, the intermediate care facility. I've been there for over 25 years. Just to pile on to what Mario was saying previously, I'm opposed to this proposed supportive housing facility located within a block of our facilities at the Italian Cultural Center. I'm particularly concerned about the potential negative impact it will have on these valuable nonprofit entities that I and many others serve as volunteers. I'm talking about the center, Villa Caratel, Casa Serena Seniors Housing Facility. And as a longtime volunteer and a leader in my community, I've seen the extreme dedication and sacrifice it's taken to keep these facilities running. The center is, in particular, has proven to be a great asset to the community, as many of you know. Some of you may not. We're extremely proud of the fact that we've existed over 45 years with relatively little government aid and have been able to provide facilities, programs, and activities for all ages and regardless of one's background. So, as Mario said, over 100,000 people visit the center each year to take part in our Italian language and cultural programs, museum or library visits, indoor sports, catered functions, festivals, and much more. And so certainly the center is not a place that should be taken for granted, because keeping this nonprofit viable year after year is not a simple feat, as you can imagine. The Italian Center is not a fenced property, and this is on purpose. We welcome everyone to our site from wherever they're coming from. We make our best efforts to make everyone's visit a safe and welcoming one. My concern here is that potential problem individuals living in the proposed low-barrier facility will gravitate to our property and compromise our ability to keep our property safe and welcoming. We have limited resources as it is to deal with security issues. The effect of this proposed facility may impact not only children and families attending our child care, school, and other activities, but also clients who are subject to vandalism of their vehicles in our parking lot. Our clients are critical for our funding of our cultural and social programs and the maintenance of the existing facilities. I recognize there will always be instances of vandalism, but I'm concerned that the problem will worsen markedly with the introduction of this facility so close by. The Italian Cultural Center and those of us serving the community are certainly proud to support social housing, assisted living, and we have coexisted with a co-op next door in Slocan for decades. We want to enhance our property in the future with more amenities for the community, and this likely includes affordable housing. So we are not averse to these type of facilities, the services they provide, and the responsibilities that come with it. But this proposed supported housing facility poses a threat to everything we are currently doing and plan to do in the future. So I sincerely hope that council will oppose it in its current form. And hopefully there'll be some dialogue on this going forward. Okay, I thank you for your time on that.
Yeah. And thank you for taking the time to speak to council. We appreciate it very much. Speaker 5, Michael Cuccione.
Yes.
Yeah, you go ahead. And just before you begin, could I just ask you if you're a resident of Vancouver or not?
No.
Okay, that's not a problem. Just we need it for the record. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Carr and councilors. First of all, I'm Michael Cuccione. I am the president of the Italian Cultural Center. And I'm not going to repeat everything that Joe has said and Mario has said, because first of all, I have every faith in our executive director, Mario. But the frustration is not knowing what's going to be happening, not being communicated with, has been stated, not knowing the level of care of the tenants are going to need, i.e., substance abuse or non, et cetera. Our community and our immigrants built the Italian Cultural Center in 1977 with it so we can have a community and we can share our cultures and community, our traditions and cultures with everyone, the community at large. They worked at the regular jobs, and nighttime they would go to the center. This was all done for free, and they would work. On weekends, they would go to the center and work, and they built it. And they built it for the safety and security of everyone who visited the Italian Cultural Center. Now, the reason of objection to this proposal is basically that the health and safety for our clients, our staff, our members, it's critical to us. And as it has been said already, we have daycare, we have young children, we have sporting facilities for young and adults at large. We have a library, we have Italian language schools, and weddings that happen, the corporations that have conferences at the Italian Cultural Center. And yes, speaking to that, there is about 300 vehicles could park it in the parkade. What a beautiful area for people to hide and do things. And we know in the area, we've experienced the area that was brought up about all the campers, and that we had to do what we had to do.
Michael,
It's just
excuse me, Michael, if I could just interrupt you for a second. It's really important that you don't impugn behavior on people, and that just keep to the facts of the actual development proposal itself. Thank you.
Okay, the fact is that we're very, very concerned for health and safety because we don't know who the tenants are yet. We don't know the level of care, and reading what the staffing that's going to be having at this housing facility, it's not adequate, especially to the caliber that should be required to have for 64 units. That's a lot of people to deal with, and we just want to make sure that the health and safety is done. We're not against the location. We're not against this happening. It's the process, and we have been not really truly being informed as we really want to be.
Great. Appreciate that. You don't have any questions, but very much appreciate you speaking to council.
Thank you.
Speaker 6, Carla Finnemore. Is Carla Finnemore on the line?
I am.
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you. Yep, you have up to 5
Great.
minutes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to participate this evening. My name is Carla Finnemore. I'm a resident of Vancouver and president of Casa Serena, which is a seniors housing facility located on the corner of Grandview Highway and Penticton. Casa Serena did not receive any personal courtesy contact or invitation for discussion or consultation from the development group so that we could have been involved in the process to ensure any concerns we might have could be mitigated. I feel it necessary, therefore, to express my opposition to such development as it potentially poses considerable risk to our tenants residing in the adjacent property to the proposed development if persons with substance abuse or behavioral issues will be residing in the area. Casa Serena opened its doors in 1987 and have been operating in this community for 36 years. We are a 90-unit seniors independent living housing facility housing 102 seniors. As a vulnerable population, it is of paramount importance that we consider their safety and security. We have already been dealing with increased crime and non-desirable behavior for some time. We have been dealing with volumes of break-ins along Penticton and Grandview Highway, not to mention all those that park in the Italian Cultural Center parking lot, which, given the volume of vehicles, is an attractive source for the smash and grabs. The dumpster divers create another tremendous amount of grief, not only from a cleaning and maintenance issue, but a pest control one and safety where tenants storing in their garbage can be hit with needles. There is also the general loitering on our premises, persons with substance issues who routinely need to be asked to leave, the occasional person who tries to enter our facilities seeking cover or to attempt to use the private laundry rooms for laundering or searching for coins, along with discarded paraphernalia on our property that now requires daily monitoring. Not to mention the concern that comes with persons who are now able to freely and legally carry narcotics and be potential residents within our community. There is also the potential of the influx of additional undesirables given the availability and to live and use facilities in the area. It should be totally understandable that we would be concerned of potential risks for any development with such a high concentration of almost 200 seniors who are vulnerable persons that are residing next door just between the two seniors facilities, that's being Casa Serena and Villa Caratal. We have not been provided any details of the types or percentage of persons housed, specifically persons with substance abuse or behavioral issues, how it will be staffed, managed, and operated to ensure our concerns for the safety and security of our building and tenants are eliminated, if not mitigated. Being that our facilities are not staffed 24/7, some issues may cause us additional problems, which may be difficult for us to deal with. The community engagement did not include any invitations or emails for discussions with Casa Serena. I also asked why Casa Serena would not have been considered a stakeholder and be on the development team contact list. So at this time, given the uncertainty, we hope the existing plan, as presented for motion, will not proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have questions, but just before I turn to Councillor Dominato to ask your questions, I just do want to caution you in terms of some of the language you use, and it's really inappropriate to be calling groups of people undesirables. So if you could just keep that in mind, please, as you
My
answer the
apologies.
questions.
Considerable.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Councillor Dominato, over to you.
Thanks, Carla, for calling in. And I've been to your facility. I just really briefly, I want to reconfirm, you indicated there was no touch points or contact in terms of an invitation to participate in the earlier open houses?
No, I didn't receive any letter other than the original small little postcard advertisement that originally went out. That was the only form of communication we received.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that is
All,
it,
Chair. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. That is it for your questions, and we appreciate you very much speaking to council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker 7, Cheryl Grant, in person? Great.
Getting older. Hey. Good evening, Council. My name is Cheryl Grant, and I'm a resident of Kitsilano. My nieces play soccer at the Italian Cultural Center, and my grandparents met at Van Tech. I have spoken to the previous council in opposition to the Permanent Modular Supportive Housing Initiative. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to the rezoning at 2540 Grandview Highway South. Supportive housing is required in Vancouver. There is no debate that we need housing. However, congregating people with mental health and addictions will not lead to the outcomes required for the people in the building, the neighborhood, or for Vancouver. If you need a clear example, look no further than Marguerite Ford in Olympic Village. Including the VPD received 972 calls in the first 2 years of operation. That was a 1,700% increase over the previous 2 years. Years later, between 2020 to 2022, there were still over 844 calls to police, only a drop of 12%. These buildings do not integrate or settle down within a few months, as are repeatedly spoken to. In the community advisory minutes from the winter of 2021 in Marguerite Ford, it lists, and the community advisory committee is the CAC, referred to over and over, that there is neighborhood included human feces, hundreds of discarded needles around the building and the surrounding neighborhood, people breaking into Marguerite Ford, and additional persons congregating or living around the building and taking substances. This is not unique, however, to Marguerite Ford. In the January 2022 CAC meetings for 205 Kingsway also discusses human feces, needles, garbage left at the neighboring buildings, and a break into the local business by a resident of that supportive housing. The CAC meetings minutes of both 205 Kingsway and Marguerite Ford state the cleanup of human waste, needles, garbage is not the responsibility of the site staff or the city, but the responsibility of the neighboring properties. Council, we now also have decriminalization of drugs. Can you answer the distance a person can carry and use drugs or carry drugs next to an elementary school, high school, or community center? If you cannot answer these questions, you should vote no. If the city does not manage the cleanup of feces and needles, you should vote no. If you cannot answer that the people living in this building will be safe and taken care of, you should vote no. And if you can't confirm that the people in the established community will be safe, you should also vote no. Congregate housing does not support the well-being or recovery of people living with mental health or addictions issues. Smaller and dispersed housing with supports is key to the success of people suffering from addiction issues and mental health. I also know this because I've working with United Way, Boys and Girls Clubs, and within my own family. And most importantly, these supports may not support the breaking of the cycle of homelessness and addiction. The fact is, all of this has been well documented, and Judge Gove spoke previously to the previous council that congregate housing should not exist in Vancouver, and Dr. Julian Summers, who's an internationally respected researcher on homelessness and addiction, also stated this is a failed model and should not exist anywhere. I studied Masters of Urban Plan in 1999, and this was also spoken against, this type of model. Why we're bringing it to Vancouver, I have no idea. This last month, the Victoria Police Chief also spoke openly to media about supportive housing is failing and it needs to be fixed by BC Housing. Council, I ask you to vote no and send this back to city staff and BC Housing. There are better solutions. Vancouver voted for a council that listens to the community, listens to facts, and is focused on building a vibrant Vancouver. It is time for BC Housing and the city to work with local communities and build a model that works. Small-scale integrated housing for people with mental health and addictions issues, and support congregate housing for individuals, seniors, and families. In the final minutes I did want to mention that our Butis apartments, the Dunbar apartments that's repeatedly referred to as only 5 units of supportive housing within 55. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that you learn and listen from the process that we've all been going through together.
Thank you very much. There's no questions for you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here in person. Oh, wait a second. Late on the draw, but Councillor Kirby-Young.
I actually have a point of procedure.
Oh, a point of procedure. Okay, that's it. Fine. Thank you
Okay.
very much. Yes,
I know we're about 10 minutes ahead of the time when we normally, or just 8 minutes ahead of the time we normally decide if we continue or not. And I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to look at council's appetite to extend tonight to complete this item past 10 o'clock.
Just this item, sure. I've just checked with the clerk. The backup date for this this public hearing, if we don't complete all the items, just so that you know, is Tuesday, February 21st at 6 p.m. You can certainly test the will of council by putting a motion forward to extend to complete this item. But everybody on council should know, if we want to reach a decision, it has to be a unanimous decision. Yeah. Sorry, point of order.
Point of
Point
order.
of information, you have to be on the list. Point of information, point
On the
of
list.
order, you can state.
So, I just wanted to clarify what you said, which because there's new folks here, that the vote to extend to vote needs to be unanimous, not the actual vote needs to be unanimous. But if we extend to finish speakers, we just need a majority, and if we extend to vote, needs to be unanimous.
Yes. Okay. I didn't say that clearly. That is correct.
So I'm reading the room. I'd like to move to extend to complete this item.
Including complete. That includes the vote. Go ahead. And second. Yes, and clerk, they don't. There needs to be no reference to the completing of the next item because that would automatically go to the next date. Is that right? Okay. It would be preferable to put that in the motion that then because we'd have to have a motion anyway at the end to do that. So that it would be to complete this item and to refer item.
Can I ask a point of further information just on that? Is it possible, I know we haven't done this before, but to move to complete this item tonight and to move to add item 6 to Thursday evening's public hearing on February 16th?
No, it's got to go to the backup is what I'm being told by the clerk.
Why? Do we have an option? I guess is the question. Is it the will, if it's the will of council to do that and to try to be efficient with our time versus coming back for another evening, is it possible? That's my question.
So Clerk, perhaps you can just provide council with any information that is relevant um, to having to refer to or having to refer an item to the backup date versus another time. I'm assuming it's because it's a public hearing item, but we will get an answer, I think, shortly.
Yes, it's not possible to add this on to Thursday's public hearing. It needs to go to the backup on Tuesday, February 21st at 6 p.m.
And is that because it's a public hearing item?
That is correct.
It's about informing the public. Yes, you should still have your mic on because you have the floor.
There it is.
Oh.
Yeah, I just wanted, it's a good procedural question, so I just want to make sure I understand for future reference. And I'm just wondering why it's not possible, because when we refer something, we notify the speakers of the date regardless. So what is the difference between us notifying the speakers that it's February 16th versus February 21st?
Yeah.
We still have to notify them.
So we often do refer items that are not public hearing items. It's rare for us to not use a backup date a backup date for a public hearing item. But I'll just confer with the clerk for a moment, or clerk, if you want to explain that further, please go ahead.
You cannot add unfinished business to a public hearing. You can only add unfinished business to a council or committee meeting.
So rules of procedure mean what she said is we cannot add a piece of unfinished business to another public hearing. It can only be to a council meeting.
Okay, thank you. So the motion on the floor is to move to complete item 5, and item 6 would go to the next available reserve date.
Yes, that would be the motion. Thank you. Is everybody clear about that motion? It is to complete the item tonight, which includes a vote, which has to be unanimous at this point in time, and to refer the last item on the agenda to the next reserve date for public hearing, which is the 21st, is what I told. February 21st, 6 p.m. Okay, seeing only Councilor Kirby-Young on the list. You're finished your speaking? All those in favor, I'll just do a verbal vote for now. Say aye. Any opposed? Say nay.
Aye.
Sorry. Any opposed? Say nay. Okay, that passes unanimously, so we can proceed. Great. So we are now on speaker. Thank you for that finishing of business in a timely way for decision making. We are on speaker 8, the last speaker that is on our current list. Massimo Aiello. Is Massimo on the line?
Speaker 8 is not on the line.
Okay, I'm going to do my call for speakers 3 times. My first time, if there are any other speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 pound, or I close the list. Phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. Clerk, do we have any speakers on the line?
No speakers on the line at this time.
Right, second call. Any speakers for this item wishing to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 pound, or I close the list. Phone number will be tweeted out, made available on the live stream. Clerk, do we have anybody on the line?
There are no speakers on the line.
Great. So third and final call, if there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 pound, or close the list, and that phone number will be tweeted out and made available on the live stream. And we normally take a 5-minute break. but I see my script actually has a very kind of different language there, which is that we normally do it, but we don't have to do it. Clerk, can you just verify that it is up to council to decide whether to wait another 5 minutes?
It's been the practice to wait the 5 minutes to allow other speakers to join.
Okay, let's do a quick 5 minutes. Thanks, Clerk. Okay, council, we do have a quorum in the room, and we could just have some quiet amongst staff. That would be great. We're just, I'm calling you back to order. Thank you. Yeah. Clerk, do we have any further speakers on the line?
Yes, we do. We have speakers on the line.
Okay. You can put forward the first speaker, and the first speaker, if you could just tell us your name and whether you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
My name is Cheryl Crow. I'm a resident of Vancouver.
Thank you. Go ahead to speak to council, up to 5 minutes.
Councillors and Acting Mayor Carr, I ask why it is that city staff continue to bring forward supportive housing projects modeled on the failed congregate housing model of the past. Are city staff and the applicant living in a bubble into which real-time events in this city and the province cannot penetrate? Recovery-oriented housing is the preferred model for supportive housing.
Sorry to interrupt. I just, Councillor Carr, have a point of order, which is just to caution the speaker against disparaging against city staff.
Right.
Fine.
Yes.
Recovery-oriented housing as the preferred model for supportive housing.
Speaker, I'm not sure if you heard that, but please, you are not to speak in disparaging terms or, in disparaging terms around staff or any members of council or any members of the public.
Yes, I acknowledge your comment, Acting Mayor. Recovery-oriented housing as the preferred model for supportive housing is constantly in the news, and the leader of the provincial opposition is in fact a vocal proponent of recovery-oriented housing. Recovery-oriented housing is following the science. Warehousing the most vulnerable residents of this city is not. Good intentions do not ensure good outcomes. Good outcomes require a commitment to supportive services for residents of supportive housing. If housing alone was the solution to homelessness, mental illness, and addiction, then people in SROs would not choose to live in tents on the street instead of in their suites. I would add that it is insulting to First Nations to suggest that warehousing Indigenous individuals in steel boxes without adequate support services is not reconciliation. Councillors, do not be fooled by vague assertions that adequate wraparound services will be provided at this site. Clinical supports are what is required for individuals with acute mental health and substance abuse conditions, and the modular projects under the MOU do not provide that. What the applicant calls wraparound services is referring people to off-site services, whether they exist anywhere near the project or not. It is not providing services on site. A community advisory committee is not a solution. There has been a community advisory committee at Marguerite Ford for almost 10 years. I've personally read the minutes of the Marguerite Ford CAC. Residents are still bringing up the same issues, residents meaning residents in the neighborhood. 10 years after it opened, ask Ellison Dunnett. She has attended the Marguerite Ford CAC meetings. The city has failed to resolve the chronic problems at Marguerite Ford. Police calls to the block are only 12% less now than they were 10 years ago. Vancouverites voted for the entire ABC slate in council because, amongst other things, Vancouverites are not happy about homelessness, addiction, and mental illness, how they were being dealt with in this city. But I find myself experiencing deja vu here tonight, with Chi Chan and Salim Maboul trotting out the same generalities and wishful thinking that they relied upon for other projects under this same MOU. Councillors, do not be fooled. The on-site services will be one meal a day and a drug vending machine. We know from millions of dollars of taxpayer-funded research that we can do so much better for the most vulnerable in our cities. Please do not doom our city to continually propagate a failed model of housing. The solution to homelessness in the short term is temporary modular housing, not building permanent housing that follows the wrong model. Please vote no to this project. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to council. There are no questions for you, but again, I appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Next speaker on the line. Is there another speaker on the line?
Hello?
Yes, hi. Yeah, if you could just state your name and whether you're a resident of Vancouver or not.
I'm John Ivison, and I do live in Vancouver.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so like I said, my name was John, and I live about a block away from the proposed rezoning, and I'm calling in support of it. Income shouldn't be a barrier to live in our neighborhood, and I'm really glad to see more supportive housing being proposed in the city and in our neighborhood, and I really hope to see this pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There were no questions for you. I appreciate you calling in very much. Clerk, is there any other speaker on the line? Okay, if there's another speaker, please state your name, your whether or not you live in Vancouver.
Am I heard?
Yes, this is you. You're on.
Okay. Hi. I'm Luke. I live in Vancouver, and
What
my
was your name?
grandfather.
I'm sorry. What was your name?
My name's Luke. Luke Solvang.
Luke Solomon, and you live in Vancouver. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. Also, my grandfather. He went to Caltech, and before that, he went to Van Tech. So if that counts for anything, there you go. But I'm hearing a lot of fears here. I'm hearing that we can't put these people into housing because, we're afraid of what they're going to do in the neighborhood, what kind of behaviors, they're going to be displaying on a public, whether property is going to be safe. But there's kind of a misunderstanding here because, the lack of housing in the first place is causing a fair share of these undesirable behaviors that people are afraid of. When you have a place express grief and privacy, you're not going to be having public breakdowns. You're not going to be throwing your trash everywhere when you have a place to put your trash. So we just really need to get started on putting permanent housing in place. And, it's hard out there. When people are sleep deprived, you're a little bit on edge. You're going to do desperate behaviors. And getting the housing in place is just an essential step. So please vote yes. Thanks.
Thanks very much for calling in. There's no questions for you, but we appreciate you calling to speak to us. Is there a clerk? Any other speakers on the line? Okay. There is a speaker ready to go. You could state your name and whether or not you live in Vancouver.
Hello, my name is Blair Smith, and I live in Vancouver.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm just calling in support of this project. I live near Nanaimo Station, and we have, as we heard from the leader of this project, they actually have a site in this area, just down the street. I walk by the Italian Center all the time. Not the most walkable area of the city, but it is a nice. Their center is very nice, but I am very disappointed that they are opposing this project because I think our neighborhood does need a lot more support for folks experiencing homelessness. And you see a lot of it in the city. So, calling in support of this and really do hope that you vote yes on this project. It sounds like it really is kind of the cutting edge in research and not just doing discredited studies that some other folks who are opposed to it are citing. Thanks again for hearing me. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. There are no questions for you, but we really appreciate you calling in. Great. Is there any other speaker on the line? There is. Okay. If there's another speaker that hears me, just state your name and whether or not you live in Vancouver.
Christina Chow. I live in Vancouver.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I am opposed to this project. I am a long-term resident behind the project, and when they had the neighborhood dialogue, they did not talk to the neighborhood. We asked them to accommodate us, to accommodate families, and it is not a building for families. There are currently two.
Christina, just pardon me for 1 second. Would you mind turning off any computer or phone that is playing the recording of what thank you very much.
Okay, I've turned the computer off. Okay, am I good?
You are good. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Christina Chow, and I am a long-term resident of 2553 East 15th Avenue in Vancouver, which is behind the project. I am opposed to the project without some adjustments to the project. the city needs to consider families first. And that was not talked about in the neighborhood dialogue. The neighbors went to the neighborhood dialogue and they would not listen to anything about housing families. The other thing that was brought out in the neighborhood dialogue is there are currently 2 BC housing buildings in our neighborhood to accommodate singles. There's one at Grandview and 14th and Naomi Place on Copley Street, which they just talked about. So we need to have families. And also the City of Vancouver person, when we had the neighborhood dialogue, said we're not distributed evenly across the city, that we had the majority of single units for single people, not families. So I think if you reconsidered putting families in there, the neighborhood, the Italian Cultural Center, the neighbors around me who have family, young children, and seniors would welcome families in our neighborhood. But that was never, that sort of got bypassed. So I think that's a huge point. I talked yesterday to Bob Moss, who is the social planner for the City of Vancouver, who visited one of the tenants who they are going to displace, and he mentioned that these people need to have been dealt with 15 years ago, and housing them was not the solution. And there was nothing that he could do about it. And I talked to him yesterday. So I really think they need to reconsider the project and consider putting families in that project to make it a more diversified neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You have no questions, but we appreciate you calling in. Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much.
Great. Clerk, any other speakers on the line? Okay, if you can hear me, speaker, please state your name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver. Is there a speaker who hears me? If so, please state your name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
I'm on hold for the next one.
Oh, we're not dealing with the next item. Council has just made a decision earlier that the next item is going to be referred to the backup date of February 21st, was it? February 21st at 6 p.m.?
Okay. All right. Well, it's great. I'll call back then. Sorry. February 21st.
Not February 21st. Yeah. Thank you.
21.
Great.
Thank you. Bye now.
Okay. Clerk, are there any other speakers on the line?
No, there are no other speakers on the line.
Okay, seeing there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. As few or no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments, move on to hearing closing comments and asking further questions of staff and to make a decision. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
We have no further comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Staff, do you have any closing comments?
No closing comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions for staff? Seeing no questions to staff, Council, do we have a mover for this recommendations? Okay, Councillor Boyle, second, Councillor Dominato. Great, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate? Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And I've circulated an amendment. Oh, hang on. I'm just getting something.
Councillor Dominato, I'm just going to move us to the amendment queue, and I'll put you on there as you are searching for something. Councillors, do you all have the amendment in your email boxes?
Clerks, I have circulated a memo, or sorry, an amendment. It's late, apparently. an amendment to council for consideration to be added as an additional recommendation to the staff report. And I was I supposed to move the recommendation with the yellow memo, just to clarify? No? Okay, good. So if we could get the amendment up on the screen, that would be helpful.
Clerk, did you catch also that was Councillor Bly that seconded? It was quite quick there.
While you're getting it up, maybe I'll just speak to it just in the interest of time.
I think that sounds good.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Just to reflect, appreciative of hearing from different community members and including Mario, who is the executive director of the Italian Cultural Center. And we also heard from the president and chair, as well as members from Casa Serena around wanting to be part of the engagement around this proposal. And what I did hear, and I think Councillor Bly reflected this very well earlier in her comments, was that that I heard from Mario earlier is that actually there is support for housing, particularly around addressing homelessness. And actually the Italian Cultural Center actually provides a lot of outreach and other services, and it was referenced the food program. But what I did hear is that there were gaps potentially around process and that engagement, and maybe circling back and opportunities to be engaged earlier on. What I'm hoping to do and achieve here is that that this gives direction to have further engagement with the Italian Cultural Center in Casa Serena as this development advances. So it's working on the assumption, and again, that decision hasn't been made, that if council supports this proposal this evening, that there can be some further touch points with the Italian Cultural Center and other neighborhood organizations, which I know, Mario, you made some suggestions, I believe, in your meeting in April, and as well that there be formulation of the Community Advisory Committee, which we have seen to be successful with a number of housing developments, and I understand from Julie Roberts that they have experience in that area. And so that's the amendment I'm tabling this evening, and it is to recognize that the Italian Cultural Center is an incredibly important stakeholder in this community and does a lot for the community and the neighborhood, and that they'll have an opportunity to be part of further discussions as if this advances.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Thanks very much. And it is very late, so I'll just speak in support of the amendment. And I think that this is the tough part about our rezoning or our public hearing process from time to time, is the confusion around the sequencing. So I appreciate that Councillor Dominato has captured that in this amendment, and empowering a community advisory committee to create a net positive outcome in a development like this through engagement, I think is the right next step. So I'm happy to support.
Great. Thank you for that, Councillor Bly. Councillor Meisner to the amendment.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. Also in supportive of the amendment. I think that we've learned tonight that there is some room for improvement in the public engagement process, particularly with some of the neighbors of the proposal. These are very important investments and large investments by the province and BC Housing. And I think it does a bit of a disservice to these projects that perhaps the public engagement or the engagement with the neighborhood is not as robust as it should be. And we come to these situations where we have people coming before council and just, that haven't been informed of the project or maybe have misinformation about the project. I do share some of the concerns about the format of these buildings being all rooms for singles or units for singles. But it's my understanding that that's a condition of this permanent supporting housing initiative, and otherwise these projects would not be moving forward. So just wanted to clarify that. And again, supportive of Councillor Dominato's amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Fry, go ahead to the amendment.
Yeah, only briefly to speak in support of this amendment. I think if it gives comfort to folks in the immediate vicinity, in particular at El Centro and Casa Serena. That's important. I do appreciate that operating agreements of this nature are now sort of standard in these kind of proposals, and I think that's a really important distinction. And it allows for that room for improvement. I think without getting too into actually, I'll just get into my closing right now, so I can save us some time. I think on the whole, this is a fine application as far as built form and the actual rezoning that we're looking at. I'm a little surprised it's as small as it is, actually, because given the proximity to the SkyTrain station, I imagine it could have been a little denser. I think there's good amenity supports nearby, and with the supermarket and what have you. And I think that really the critical distinction here is that we are moving forward with solid operating agreements to make sure that this project and every other project of its nature that we are dispersing throughout the city of Vancouver, because we recognize that centralizing all the supportive housing in one part of town isn't necessarily the best outcome for anyone, and that we don't have the physical space to centralize all the supportive housing in one part of town. And this is part of complete communities, and this is something that we've all talked about in our various campaigns and in our political aspirations. So I think it's important to recognize this is sort of checking off the balance. So I appreciate this amendment from Councillor Dominato to give a little bit more comfort to immediate residents and operators.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also thought I would just speak in support of this amendment. I'm happy to see this engagement as the project moves forward, and also, like Councillor Fry, wanted to just add a few comments of closing to say, we certainly hear a number of fears and concerns always about new supportive housing coming in, and I think it's really important to recognize that actually housing is so frequently one of the most important solutions to the fears that we hear around loitering, around a lack of public washrooms and feces. Housing for people, places for people to go, to be, are important solutions to that. Even concerns about survival level crimes, folks who are living on the street who have nowhere else to go, have limited choices, and housing helps provide the stability and support that people need to get back on their feet. We spent a lot of time this morning hearing from Vancouver Coastal Health about a number of the health and mental health challenges that our neighbors across the city are facing. And again, we heard very clearly from many leaders from Vancouver Coastal Health that housing is one of the most important solutions that we can be providing in addressing those issues. Just wanted to name and recognize that this is a really important piece of actually addressing many of the types of concerns and fears that we hear from neighbors across the city, and making sure that we're supporting our neighbors who are struggling the most. I'll leave it there.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I will be brief. I appreciate hearing from the community tonight, because when people will take the time and effort out of their day-to-day busy lives, especially on Valentine's Day and on an evening, I think it is important for council to hear the very kind of real concerns that people have when real projects are happening in their neighborhoods. I will recognize that we desperately do need this type of housing, and I concur with that. I recognize that the scale of this housing at 64 units is different than some of the other ones that council has contemplated. I think scale has been a point of discussion, and I think that there is some very valid conversations that the community is bringing forward in the spirit of ensuring that people that need supportive services are actually receiving them. And I actually think that we need to have those continued conversations around ongoing improvement in how we support people so that they are set up to be successful and they're not falling through the cracks. We had a very robust discussion at council this morning with respects to extending a grant to Vancouver Coastal Health and looking at advancing the model of whether it's partnering non-police response on mental health, whether it's partnering up police officers with mental health professionals, and whether it's more Indigenous-led response, in evolving that response. And I actually think this is a really important conversation around how we continue to deliver social housing. We have seen some immediate responses, such as with the Federal Rapid Housing Initiative, to take over hotels that weren't necessarily purpose-built for the purpose. And we have seen some purpose-built situations like this where we have some operators that have a demonstrated track record and are looking to deliver services in an appropriate scale. But I actually think it's in everybody's best interest for the residents to be successful, the surrounding community and council to put forward a model that works. So we need to hear where community spheres lie and the actual impacts of what those challenges are so that we can also work to mitigate them, notwithstanding that we are dealing with a land use decision, but these are very important questions. And they're also very real human considerations. And I do hear from time and time again, and it helps council to have a line of sight into that, that there's opportunity to improve some of our engagement processes and look at how we work that process so that we hopefully can avoid some contentious situations and get good quality information out to people at the right time in the process. So I want to appreciate everybody that kind of weighed in and provided that information for us because it helps in terms of shaping initiatives moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Seeing no one else on this amendment queue to speak to it, Clerk, if you could move us to a vote on the amendment as proposed by Councillor Dominato. That does pass unanimously. Thank you, everyone. I will move us back to the main queue to deal with the motion now as amended. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to briefly talk about this in general. I think everyone's pretty familiar with my background. I will always be an advocate for public safety, dealing with street disorder. I'm very familiar with a lot of the projects that were brought up in discussion today, Marguerite Ford, for example. I think it's important to realize this isn't a Marguerite Ford building. We're not warehousing people using a housing only approach here. I don't think that works. We're looking at a purpose built facility rather than, putting someone in a building that already exists that was never intended for supportive or social housing. I also want to acknowledge that, we're also looking at right now that we're voting on the rezoning, the land use here, and that the work doesn't stop at this point. I've heard very clearly from people about their concerns. I understand their concerns from a public safety perception. But we'll continue to advocate to make sure that this project succeeds and isn't a failure. So I'm happy to support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Dominato, to close, it looks like.
Thank you, Chair, and actually appreciate it's a perfect segue from Councillor Montague's comments. First of all, I will echo the thanks for members of the public who called in this evening, and to Mario who sat through a long evening to get to this item to speak and represent the Il Centro, the Italian Cultural Center. I'm going to start talking first about engagement because I think that this has come up as a repeated theme for a number of public hearings. And I actually think what was reflected in some of the reference materials that we received this time for council is that we've seen an improvement in terms of some of the information that we're receiving for some of these items. But I think there's always an opportunity and room for improvement. And I think we've heard that in how we engage in which stakeholders and at what time. Because at the end of the day, we want to foster collaboration. We want to build education and awareness around housing and these different populations they serve. And as Councillor Montague rightly pointed out, is while Marguerite Ford has been represented many, many times in these public hearings, many have recognized who work in this sector that there were challenges with that particular development and how that went forward. And I can speak from experience of when I was on the Kettle Society board about the learnings that came from that and what was incorporated in terms of tenant mix for future developments that actually are in the city now. And we know that while there may be some consternation or concerns raised by community and by neighbors and maybe some fear and some unknowns, that for the most part, our supportive housing model and supportive housing that we have in the city works. And that we see that within neighborhoods, in many cases, people don't even know supportive housing is there, and that we're living in community, and that coexistence. And beyond that, we also know there's an incredible need, not just in the city of Vancouver, but across the Lower Mainland, for a range of housing options for people. And and this is a partnership. We're grateful for the participation of BC Housing and the province and the federal government through CMHC. And I actually think there's an opportunity here based on what I know of Il Centro and the Italian Cultural Center and the services and the community it represents, is actually, I think there potentially could be some benefits that support the new residents that move into this building, but also reciprocally for the broader community. So, and I think that staff will in earnest take the amendment that was brought forward and engage more fully with the Italian Cultural Center and Casa Serena. And so I will be casting a vote in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Seeing no other councillors on the queue, Clerk, could you please move us to a vote on this amended motion? That vote does pass unanimously. So thank you, councillors. At this point, we need there's no adjournment. We are recessed. This meeting is recessed to reconvene here in council chambers on Tuesday, February 21st, 2023 at 6 p.m. I would remind council, it is very important, all of you should pay attention. It is very important that you do not engage in any discussion or correspondence in regard to the remaining application. Thank you. Thanks everyone for attending.